You're never going to beat Hikaru at his own game, not in these positions.
Within the Tempest, the best have come to test their skills and brave the storm.
Magnus down to 5 seconds, gonna move. Wait,
oh, he missed it! Oh, he allowed a draw!
For some, this is familiar ground.
I've never seen Magnus play a move like that.
One second. Move!
For others, this is a fresh field to prove their prowess.
He misses me! Oh, he missed it!
The battles will be electric.
That is...
Oh, and Hikaru doesn't like that move.
Dagger.
The moves will be fast.
Oh my god, no, 97!
Tricked at the end.
The stakes will be high.
He just grabs his head. He can't believe it. He just gave away the pawn.
The 2022 Speed Chess Championship is now. Fasten your speed belts, my friends. We're in for a wild ride.
Speed Chess Championship, another awesome match upcoming for us today. I'm your host, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Alongside me today, International Master David Pruce. David, you very aptly named us the Sick Club, both of us seriously under the weather today, but no better way to nurse flu, COVID, whatever we have, than to watch an awesome SEC match. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I feel great. You know, if you're going to be stuck in a room coughing, you might as well have some chess to watch. And we couldn't ask for a more entertaining show than the Speed Chess Championships, with 16 of the greatest players in the world playing tons and tons and tons of speed games. This is, you know, a dream come true for me to be watching this event.
Likewise. So first of all, the main question, what is at stake as we review the overall prize pool? It's a cool 100 G's, with the winner earning 2,000 and then 2,000 more dollars split based on win percentage. So even if the match itself, the result of the match is decided, there is still plenty of money to be apportioned based on win percentage, David, as if the players need any more motivation.
Yeah, I did a quick back of the envelope calculation as we were setting up today, and I figured out how many dollars per hour the players earn on average during the Speed Chess Championship. Would you like to guess or hear that stat?
I'd guess something like 400.
Nice. It is more than double that. They earn over $900 an hour across 15 matches that will make up the whole Speed Chess Championships.
That's amazing. You heard it here first. $900 an hour on average as we review the bracket. These players are used to earning big amounts, but all of them are super motivated. The SEC is a marquee event that everybody looks forward to every year. Top left, Hikaru Nakamura. Top right, Magnus Carlsen. Bottom left, Anish Giri. I mean, wherever your eyes go, there are amazing names, David.
Yeah, big names all around. And that means also that even in the first round, we get absolutely sick matchups where you see people who could potentially win the whole event lose in the first round, like players of that caliber. So we have a matchup like that today with the World Championship challenger, Jan Nepomniachtchi, going up against the current reigning World Blitz champion, MVL. And I think if either of these players won the whole Speed Chess Championship, you wouldn't say like that was impossible. Quite a matchup.
And MVL has won the Speed Chess Championship before. He's defeated Magnus Carlsen. I think he's the only player, if memory serves me right, to defeat Magnus Carlsen in an SEC match. Both of them at 32 years old, still very much at the peak of their forms. Jan Nepomniachtchi riding an incredible string of results. He leads their overall blitz head-to-head, 9.5 to 6.5. But in classical, MVL leads by a ridiculously wide margin, maybe the widest margin, David, of anybody of the top. I mean, I don't know anybody to whom Nepo is losing 6-1.
Yeah, I can't think of anyone else where he would have that record right now. And of course, in Blitz, that's a much closer head-to-head, as well as the fact that their Chess.com ratings are right in line with each other. So yeah, I mean, looks pretty close. Let's see what our fans think is going to happen in this matchup, what the community predicted between these two, and then you can say what you think will really happen.
Well, I channel what Robert Hess likes to say, which is that the chess community is very prone to recency bias. They always go by the last couple of results, and Nepo predicted to win in 78% of cases. I would predict something a lot closer to to 50-50. I would still give Jan the edge just because he's played more recently and he seems to be in better form in the last couple of months. But the community seems very, very confident that Jan Nepomniachtchi is going to carry this match.
Yeah, I mean, recency bias could also mean just being really attuned to current form.
Yep.
But I made the mistake of predicting Jan to win the Global Chess Championships because he'd won the Rapid Chess Championships right before that. I got that prediction wrong, and I wanted to go against people's predictions for today, so I was gonna go for Maxime today.
Well, there's only one way to find out. Let's take a look at their Chess.com Blitz Insights. Speaking of more experience, Jan Nepomniachtchi has a lot more total games. Her average accuracy is very similar. What's interesting is that MVL does have a higher win percentage, but again, I would take that with a grain of salt, given that he's played a lot less games overall. Is there anything in these insights that jumps out at you, David?
Yeah, I mean, I think the average accuracy is important, but it's almost a dead heat. I think losses by flag is important, but that's also really close. But you see that MVL also has an edge in wins by flag as well as losses by flag, and that suggests to me that he might just be a tad faster with his mouse when it comes down to those final 5 seconds. Have you watched these two play enough to have a sense of who's got the last 5-second edge?
I've played both of them a lot on Chess.com. I do think the statistics bear out the fact that Nepo is a little bit slower. I think MVL does benefit in the event of an all-out time scramble, just from personal experience. So for Nepo, that 1 second increment is going to be so important. Speaking of the 1 second increment, before we jump into the games, let's quickly review the format of the match. If you don't know the format, where have you been? But if you're just joining us, the SEC is a 16-player knockout. Knockout means you are out if you lose a match. Players score points across 3 time controls, 5+1, 3+1, and 1+1 until time runs out. And in the event of a tie, there are 4 games of 1+1 with Armageddon bidding. And the time control, as I just mentioned, 90 minutes of 5+1. It's not a very smooth delivery. 60 minutes of 3+1. And then 30 minutes of bullet. David, as we know, those 30 minutes can and often are the decisive segment of the match.
Yeah, absolutely. That is where you're most likely to see somebody hit a streak and win 4 games in a row. At this level, it's very rare to see a big streak in the blitz games, but it is possible in the bullet games, so you can totally flip a match on its head in bullet. And, the decreasing amount of time per time control allows each of the segments to weigh sort of similarly in the final results, folks, because 90 minutes of 5 minute is going to produce a similar number of games as 60 minutes of 3 minutes and 30 minutes of 1 minute. So the sort of, your skill across the 3 time controls is fairly balanced in the final results.
Yeah, no, that was very, very well put. And the players are getting ready to kick off the 5-minute portion. Once again, we have 90 minutes of 5+1 to be played. You can see MVL looking down there. Now he looks back up at his screen. Jan is all smiles. Well, at least the half of Jan that we see.
Yeah. I got goosebumps, I'm going to tell you, Danya. When I saw Maxime walk into his room earlier today, I got goosebumps. I was like, oh my gosh, it is on.
It's MVL, yeah.
Yeah,
both look like they're playing from home. This is
how a champion walks into a room.
That reminds me of the time that I participated in a masterclass by Garry Kasparov. The first time I ever saw Kasparov, and he walked into the room, and everybody just gasped. That is Garry Kasparov. And everybody's going to gasp right now because the match is underway. Jan has the white pieces in game 1, and Jan has shown a proclivity for the Catalan in recent games. Let's see what he brings to the table here.
Yeah,
Ooh.
And Maxime has been playing 2 openings in general, the Grunfeld and the Queen's Gambit accepted, with which both sort of try to steer clear of the Catalans. So interesting at anti-Grunfeld with E3. Trying to limit that bishop on G7 from the get-go.
This is a semi-popular line. It's not particularly theoretical, and MVL kind of adjusts his approach, going for a Benoni setup with C7, C5, maybe trying to exploit the fact that this pawn on E3 is blocking in the dark squared bishop. Of course, these types of positions, one tempo is not decisive, so you often see white going knight C3 and then pushing E4.
Yeah, that's right. there's no reason you can't come around and play e4. Let me get them going here. All right. And we transpose to a Benoni structure.
Yeah, this is just classic Benoni structure. The only difference, again, the pawn sitting on e3. Black could push the rook over to e8 to prevent white from playing e4. Instead, MVL works on the queen side, a6. Obviously,
yep, A4
is always
automatic.
met with a4. Totally automatic. You never want to allow b5 in these positions, ever.
Yeah. Anybody who doesn't know this in chat, there's something in chess called a head duo, which is when you've got two pawns next to each other that are somewhat advanced, and in an area that sort of a pair of pawns can just instantly make you really strong in that area. So when black plays a6 and trying to play b5, black's looking to set up a head duo, and that's a big deal if you're able to achieve that eventually.
Yeah, because all the squares are controlled, and then you've got b4 and c4 hovering over you like the sword of Damocles. So a4 is automatic. What is not automatic is a move like h3. Instead, white drops the knight back to d2, and this is another super common maneuver in the Benoni. The knight moves into c4 in order to put pressure on the d6 pawn. But this is where you're really missing your dark squared bishop, because if the bishop can come out to f4, then the pressure on d6 becomes very serious. So I actually think Jan might play e4, but maybe MVL will beat him to the punch and go knight b6 to knock the knight off of c4. I like black's
knight
position
b6
here.
is common here. Knight b6 is pretty common here. And then, knight a5, black probably has knight b takes d5 in this particular position. But a lot of times with a pawn on e4, when black plays knight b6, white plays knight e3. Sometimes white plays knight a3. White's going to want to avoid that knight trade whenever black offers it on e5 or b6.
Yeah, knight e5, knight e3. You see those moves so frequently in the Benoni. I think knight e5 is quite likely, especially because now that e4 has finally been played, bishop f4 is a semi-serious positional threat. I mean, if you have to go knight f6 to e8, that's not the great. It's not the end of the world, but especially because sometimes it can be played voluntarily to prepare f5. But I'm anticipating knight e5 here. MVL taking his time in the early going. He's down about a minute, but that's typical Jan.
Yeah, I think it's worth checking as black here whether white can trade on e5 and play f4 and just kind of roll you instantly with e5. Because of the tempo in the opening and white playing e3 and then e4, my instinct would be black can survive it, but I would have enough fear to check that.
Yeah, MVL sinking into a very deep think here. b5, whoa. Okay, that makes sense. Or does it? Wow, lots of captures happening. Total liquidation. Oh, I think his idea... Okay, we might see this on the board, so I don't know if it's worth... Yeah, it's not worth playing on the analysis board. Knight takes d6, David. Knight takes d6, and then knight b6. And I think MVL's point is that white's not going to be able to defend the d5 pawn. I think the first game's going to end in a draw.
Right. So after the trades, knight b6,
yeah, knight b6 d1, here, and rook d8.
He could either go rook d8 and take on d5, or he could go rook a1, looking to just take on d5 from there, right?
Jan wants none of that, because now rook a1 is not effective, because the rook on f1 is protected by the king.
Yeah.
So after knight takes d5, knight takes c5.
Yeah, white's generally picking up this pawn on c5. Even in that like rook d8 line, there would have been knight b7 to c5. So he's going to have to win back the weak b4 pawn pretty quickly here.
Yeah, and I guess he's going to do it with rook b8. And after rook b8, I think white can't really defend the pawn. Knight d3, rook b3, rook d1. White's clinging
Maybe just
to that
knight
pawn.
b4. Maybe just knight b4 because of rook d1.
It's played. Confidently carried out by MVL. And what's funny, David, is that if the knight moves away from d3, black's knight can just drop back to d5, or it can even pay a visit to a2, loading up the threat on the bishop as well as the b2 pawn. So I really don't think that Nepo has any chances here. You can see the eval bar reflecting that. First game seems to be heading in a peaceful direction.
So Maxime stopped and calculated at a good time, right? We were thinking of 95. He calculated b5 like 8 moves deep. He said, well, it's the 5-minute portion. I can do it.
I think it's always cute how when the players think for like 2 minutes and then they rattle off like 9 moves, instantly.
Yeah.
It's always so funny.
Yeah. That's my dream. That's my dream, is to one day be able to think for a minute and then rattle off 9 moves.
Well, I rattle off 1 move and then my opponent responds and I'm like, oh, I missed that response. Time for another 9-minute think.
Yeah, that's generally my mistake too. I looked 9 moves ahead, but I overlooked something on move 1.
Jan is
relevant.
Jan is orchestrating all sorts of shenanigans to try to keep that pawn on b2 alive. The problem is that pawn is not going to win the game unless it eventually ends up on b8, and I don't think that's happening anytime soon. I would play knight takes bishop here. Obviously, don't take the b2 pawn because rook b1 wins the bishop. The rook on b5 is undefended, so can't quite take the pawn yet.
Bishop d4. I think bishop d4 might be a great move.
I also like rook b4.
Yeah.
Oh, Nepo moves to a8, but now the bishop, David, is going to move into f6 and just finally pick off that pawn.
Yeah. It was this that I was slightly concerned about from Black's perspective, that White could take the bishop off b2 for a second and hold this construction. That's what I wanted to move my bishop out of the way from.
Yep, there's
But
bishop
it looks
b7.
like it doesn't matter.
Nepo maybe will try something like knight c5 and try to go knight e6, but oh. So I think you should take on b2 with the bishop so you can meet knight e6 check with king f6. If you take with the rook, after knight e6, king g8, rook a8 is checkmate. So you're going to have to part ways with the f7 pawn.
Knight e6, king f6, knight d8 is a major worry. So
king g8, but let's take a minute to appreciate how Nepo has been able to create chances in this game. I thought he was going to lose the b2 pawn many moons ago. It's still on the board.
Yeah. King g8 might have been a brilliant move. He might have needed that move.
Okay, but now knight d3, rook b3, and rook a3. Oh!
Oh, now, still keeping it on the board.
And now it's going to move to b4, and then the rook's going to get behind it. Oh, this is unbelievable. This is insane. To start the match, Nepo, okay, it's not over yet. I mean, MVL still has good chances, but I think now Nepo it's like a 50-50 position now. He's going to try to get his king to c4.
Yeah, there's so many. I mean,
so
if you saw the tricks he pulled out with his pieces on bad squares, imagine now that his pieces are organized.
Yeah, now he doesn't even have to worry about his pawn. The problem for Nepo is that the rook on b5 is so stable. Maybe he's trying to get his rook to a5. MVL says, no, no, no. And now he's going to try to get his king to the queen side again. And he does. And he does. He's making progress on the clock and on the board.
Yeah, MVL's short on time to defend this one. It's turned completely epic as opposed to a simple simplification.
And now he's allowed b5 with a discovered check. I think MVL is making a desperate dive toward the king side, but he has no pawns to attack, so he goes back. Rook d4 check and king c4.
He's just going to force him back terribly.
And now the king defends the pawn, which is the ideal construction. Knight c5 check.
Yeah.
Unbelievable technique by Nepo.
Dead lost. Dead lost. The rook and pawn ending absolutely hopeless at this point.
And MVL hasn't made any blunders. He just made a bunch of inaccuracies to let Nepo keep the pawn. Rook b3 allowing rook a3. That was the big one.
Yeah.
Oh, Nepo's so tricky.
Coming out sharp today.
But how is he going to get the pawn to b6? Is he going to try to get his knight around to c6? It's still not over. MVL has chances here. Rook c2. Uh-oh. Here comes the rook. And he's going to win the pawn.
But that allows b6 and b7.
Then Black starts grabbing a bunch of pawns. I don't know. Maybe give the bishop up for the pawn if you can find a way to do that.
Okay, maybe throw in rook b2 here to get white to play rook b5. It seems insane, but it avoids the rook takes d6 idea later.
That's a great point, because after rook takes f2, b7, you can't take another pawn on h2 due to rook takes d6. But I think bishop b8 there, rook takes f2 and bishop b8 seems to survive. And then maybe knight a5, knight c6 is a problem.
And then knight a5, rook back to b2.
20 seconds, though. Can he hold it with that amount of time? Knight c5, maybe?
Knight c5 looks very threatening. Oh my goodness. But
that does allow a rook trade. I don't know what happens in that endgame. I don't think MVL does either.
So Black needs to like trade a pawn with h4 here.
Because f4, same idea. Knight e6, f takes g3.
Yeah, knight a6, f g3, knight c7, b takes a2, queens and queens with check.
And, and white actually might lose there because white loses the knight. Oof.
Yeah, okay, Black's got one last diagonal to operate on. He's lucky that every white pawn was on that diagonal.
And now g5. Now MVL's desperately... Well, no, g5, knight e6. So basically you have to manage stopping the b pawn without giving up any kingside pawns. And he's doing it perfectly. Knight a6 will threaten knight c7, but then the king will move back to d8 to stop it.
Yeah. I'm not sure why the white king went towards the queen side. I would have wanted my king for white to like come to f5 or something. Well, maybe he could now.
Now he goes back h4.
Now h4.
Oh, and you can't go g3 because that intercepts the bishop, and white's king is now
Yeah.
in time to stop the black pawns. And I think then white can
this
promote.
is winning now, right?
Yeah, you just make a queen, and then you easily tame the pawns. He wins.
Yeah.
Wow. What a game.
Man.
How
was that
twists and
not
turns on
enough?
that one.
He traded everything off, and
Yeah, what do you have to do to
b-pawn
draw the
never
guy?
quite died.
That was absolutely wild. I mean, he drew, then Nepo kept the pawn, then he drew again, and then Nepo kept another pawn on the king side. Unbelievable.
Yeah. Okay, well, that is a very, very good sign for any of Nepo's fans, or just people who, put him in their bracket because they just thought he was good, even though they didn't like him, Either way, that's a good start for all of you.
Did you catch that Rookie 2, Rookie 1? Was that a mouse slip, or is that like the new Berlin fashion? You never know these days, because now with these novelties, yeah.
Yeah, I've seen Rookie 3 to E2 to E1, so I don't even know anymore.
Yeah, nowadays the novelties.
All I know is that black doesn't want to let white play bishop takes d6 and mess their pawn structure to heck.
Yeah, that's safe to say. He moved his knight to e4. I can also contribute that white generally wants to refrain from playing f3. I like how we're kind of nibbling around the edges in this position.
Yeah.
Bishop g5. And white goes queen c1, trying to trade on his own terms to activate the queen. This is obviously very drawish.
Yeah, I will say that Maxim's going to have to bring something pretty special if he plans to win the match in the Berlin today.
Yeah. Does this constitute something special?
No, like this kind of position, 10 times in a row, you're going to lose a blitz match.
Unless you're Magnus Carlsen, I think.
Well, Magnus Carlsen would be playing the same position with black as well as with white. So yeah, he can come out ahead.
And win with both colors.
Yeah, but if Maxim's going to play, positions with life with black and then play positions like this with white, it's not going to be good enough.
I like Jan's last move, even though the eval bar did not. Bishop to h4. He's trying to induce a weakness. I guess the downside is that you've created a fianchetto square for the white bishop,
right.
And g3 comes with tempo. The bishop g2 is going to necessitate d5. I don't know if black wants to play that move and close off his light squared bishop.
Yeah, maybe he's looking at a crazy move like knight g5. I think by nature, Jan's not 100% suited to be sort of like a Berlin/Petrov player.
Yeah, it is weird when you see Jan wearing those clothes. Like the first time he rolled out the Petrov in the World Championship match, I couldn't believe my eyes because he's like a Sicilian lifer. Yeah. But he's been doing well in it.
And like in the Berlin, it's rare to play b6 and bishop b7, right? A little bit?
Yeah, I don't think you see that every day.
Right. Like a more normal approach would be d5, c6, bishop f5. So Jan chose to play the position, just a little bit more interesting or whatever. And now the bishop on b7 is a little bit weird, so I think, I don't know.
I mean, definitely white is slightly better.
Yeah, I would feel some more imbalanced games from Nepo. I feel like he's constraining himself a little bit when he plays like this.
Yeah, for sure. But can MVL squeeze something concrete out of what is obviously a slightly better position? Better bishop. He's got the rook on a good square. You can play bishop e5, move like that to try to get his rook to a good square, but you're not really going to win the game with, these pedestrian moves. Oftentimes you see people going h4 in these types of positions to grab some kingside space. I never really know how to squeeze in these positions, but the super GMs do. So let's see what MVL comes up with here.
Yeah, I mean, the only idea I see is bishop e5 or g5 to trade that bishop and try and get access to e5 for the rook. But yeah, I don't know if that's enough.
Yeah, MVL taking another one of those vintage long things. Let's see if he uncorks another 9-move sequence here. Somehow I don't think so.
Yeah. I guess if you played rook e2, rook e8, rook e1, just a very simple doubling, black couldn't trade all the rooks on e8 because c7 would be hanging. So,
that's a good point with the bishop still alive.
I guess it was possible to just start doubling, but let's see.
And now the rook trades begin.
Yeah.
Takes rook e8. Can he take with a pawn? Maybe. No. And I think
so. After rook e8 here, I'm expecting queen e3, or e2 or e1. I don't care. I think f4, f6 doesn't do anything.
Unfortunately, I think white's advantage is barely nominal.
Yeah, king f8 after queen e3.
Yep. Don't yield the e-file without it being on your own terms. I mean, you can take on e5. He goes c4. He tries to spice things up in the center. Black could meet this with c6. Black could also take on e5 first and then go c6. I actually think that might make a little bit more sense. And I don't see how white puts pressure on that d5 pawn or puts pressure at all in that resulting position. The e-file bar is still giving a slight advantage to white, though.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been expecting that whenever white played c4, black could play c6, and then I didn't see any further, and so I didn't know whether or not to play c4.
Yeah, Nepo obviously deciding between the immediate c6 or trading on e5 first, which changes the structure. It gives white the d-file. It also gives white a pawn majority. He does neither. He goes h6.
What?
Wait.
Most unexpected move.
What if c takes d5?
Yeah.
What is the...
Or bishop takes d5? Or
what is the idea?
I don't know.
And
I don't know.
Neither does MVL. I guess we're about to find out. Rook d8. So he gives up the e-file. But how is he going to win this pawn back? Like, what if white just goes queen e3, for example?
Yeah, this looks really bad to me, Danya.
Yeah, weird.
It, like, no matter how weak d5 is, it's very hard to cash it in without dropping a7 or c7 or the 7th rank on e7, which isn't a pawn, but still something. Yes, he stops king f8. Queen e3, nice. King f8. So he goes to b4.
He goes to b4.
I thought he might go queen e1 with the idea leaving the rook space and king f8, queen b4. But he goes straight to b4.
That would have been cool, actually. I guess this does allow the rook to return to e8, and it does.
Yeah.
Now, it would be premature. Well, actually, maybe not. To take and go d6. No, I guess it doesn't work, because after bishop takes g2, king takes g2, there is the move queen c6 check, forking the king and the... Ooh. I don't know who that is. Forking the king and the d6 pawn. I'm not opening the door. I think this is good for... I think this is good for black. I'm not expecting anybody.
It's not me, so...
I'm going to check my phone, but I'm definitely not expecting anybody.
Yeah. I guess queen c4 would be one move here. Okay, he plays to b3. Oh, hits 2 spots at once now on a3, a7, and rook e7 threatened. And I'm feeling very good here if I'm MVL. Very good. I mean, I don't know why my opponent let me take on d5, but, you know, we don't look gift pawns in the mouth, right? We take it.
Yeah, I mean, rook e7 you don't necessarily want to rush, because then the queen moves into f5, and then you potentially allow a check on b1. So
queen f5, rook c7, queen b1.
I love that move. H4. I mean, it's such a grandmaster move. You know, just keep the tension.
Oh, but look, it was our one chance to play rook e7 if we really wanted to play it.
Yeah, d6. Bishop takes g2. What's going on? Rook takes c8. Oh, he blunders the queen c6 move. Oh, what did he just do? He did it in the wrong order.
Yeah.
He did it in the wrong order.
Yeah. I mean, you only get so many chances to get into the 7th rank.
No, but all you had to do, let me rewind for a second, is king takes g2. Let's bring up the analysis board real quick, because the game's going to end in a draw now. After king takes g2, white keeps the extra pawn, because if black takes, then the pawns defend each other. Queen c6 check here is no longer effective. Actually, white has the move d5, winning on the spot. And finally, if c takes d6, then the queen is overextended. And this is great winning chances for white. You know, this is a 50-50 position. But MVL can't afford these types of slips if he wants to beat Nepo. I mean, you just left that completely on the table.
Yeah. That was unfortunate. Now, I mean, now he has to be careful in this position here, because he's lower on time, I think. You know, a minute and a half down. He's just got to be a bit careful here.
Yeah.
Nepo's looking to try and, make some kind of little advantage here.
G5, pushing the pawn.
Looking to pass an H-pawn and make threats against White's king, and then when necessary, he can win the D4 pawn with his king and
Black
queen.
better now? Again?
Yeah, I mean, he's looking at H4, Queen G5, H3, Queen H6, and it doesn't work out.
Not yet.
So he defends his pawn.
13 seconds for MVL. Is Nepo doing it again? The second game in a row. The shenanigans start. King D5, tightening the screws. Ugh.
Now, if the queen can get to G3, that's going to be something. Yeah, he just calmly defends his C-pawn. Beautiful move. Lots of pressure on White here, unfortunately, with 5 seconds left.
So easy to blunder a pawn. 1 second. Queen E2, he gives up the D4 pawn.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, he just collapsed. I think he wants Queen F2, Queen takes B6, but then he's going to give up F3. Oh.
Yeah.
King E5, zigzagging his way back to safety. Or is he?
Yeah.
Maybe King E6.
Yeah. Oh!
Oh, Queen E7,
that was a key
perpetual.
pawn.
Perpetual. Oh, he allowed perpetual.
When the black king goes to A6, is it?
Queen C8. King A6, Queen
Oh, yeah.
C8. You can, the A4 pawn stops the king's escape to B5, which is maybe what Nepo missed. And MVL escapes with a draw.
First time he had to show that strength in the last 5 seconds that we talked about, and he had it.
Yeah, I mean,
it puts you in a defensive. I was going to say, it puts you in kind of a defensive frame of mind, right? When it's like the game you're supposed to win back, and then you have to have that phew feeling like you dodged a bullet yourself.
Yeah, it's crazy that they even reached that position. MVL could have lost that if Nepo maybe had chosen a different path with his king if he'd stayed in the center, but it wasn't easy to win that, obviously. So a draw isn't a bad result, all things considered, but allowing Queen C6 check there for MVL was that big blunder, which led to the subsequent near disaster. They were repeating the opening from game one. David, I don't remember if they had this exact position. I think they had it with the inclusion of A6, A4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it went
A6,
A4, Bishop G4. Chat a little bit mad, Danya, that Nepo didn't use his extra minute to be more careful about his extra pawn that he had there. How do you feel about that?
Well, it's Nepo. I mean, he errs on the side of being fast, and sometimes that costs him. I think it's costing him in this game as well. He's off to a really bad start in this game. He's allowed B5. Ugh.
Yeah. Here the
ugly.
key calculation is knight takes D6.
Oh,
so
E5.
Yeah, I don't know if he calculated something and in 1 second, and now he's doing like the 10-second double check, but
and he plays it.
Yeah.
But does it solve his problems? I still like Black's position. That pawn on D5 is kind of both a strength and a weakness. Mm-hmm. Knight to E4, hitting the bishop, hitting the pawn.
Finds a spot.
D6,
nice
maybe?
reaction.
I mean,
yeah, D6, knight E6. That knight's going to be really well placed,
and that's what Nepo thought as well. He's trying to bail this game out, but after Rook E8, Black is going to be threatening to take on C5 because the queen is pinned. He plays it.
So Rook C1, A C1. Get off the diagonal of that bishop. It's an angry bishop. You always want to clear off the Benoni bishop's diagonal.
That train sound came from you, right?
That's right.
Okay,
that's right.
Because
I'm camping out by the train tracks.
I didn't think I had any train stations near where I live, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah.
I like that sound, actually.
Yeah, no, we've got an active here. It's pretty exciting.
Knight to E6 by MVL. Obviously, Black is the only one who could be better here. He's got more space, better bishop. But if Nepo handles this carefully, he should be able to hold this.
Oh, the problem is maybe on that Rook AC1 move I wanted to play that the Black Queen could take on A2.
Did he just blunder that pawn?
And now he's allowed it. That's White's issue, right? Is like your B2 pawn is sensitive, but how do you play Rook A1 without hanging your A pawn? Perhaps the answer would have been
well, how about moving the other rook? Or A3? Or move the other rook, let's say, to D1. I mean, not
sure,
blunder. He blundered that pawn.
Other rook. You can move the other rook. I'm just saying you've got this lasting problem that as long as your rook's on A1 and your pawn's on B2, you're under some pressure. Yeah,
I mean, I'm still, I just can't believe Nepo gave up a pawn in one move. And now he started thinking.
Maybe another way out would have been queen b3. Because if trades, bishop b2, you have rook a7.
Let me show that line on the analysis board. That's a cool idea. Queen b3, queen takes b3, ab, and then the pawn on a7 is now hanging. Bishop takes b2. You can take on a7, and this is probably closer to a draw than anything else. Anyways,
right.
They've made a bunch of moves. They're in an endgame now. And this is a winning endgame for black. You know why? Because this bishop on g7 controls the promotion score. It's the worst case scenario for white.
Now, I bet you that MVL has won this position here 100 times out of the Gruenfeld.
Yeah, you get this often.
He's like, when my a pawn gets loose, like it is over. And I think you just plop the bishop on b2, pawn on a3, trap a rook, and then play the king side.
Yeah, bishop b2, a3, rook ec8, and rook c3. Lots of ways, lots of roads lead to Liren. He is the Lion beast, after all, correct?
Yeah. Absolutely correct, yeah. Okay, so playing this way gives him the option of maybe putting a rook on b2 at some point.
Yeah, I mean, the most annoying thing is that black can basically just chill for as long as he wants. He's not losing that a3 pawn. Even if white plays rook fa1 and bishop c1, which is logistically very difficult because you're allowing a back rank mate, black can put his rook also on the third rank, and he can like bring his king to the center. He can go f5 and expand on the king side. That's why these positions are so hard to save, because you can torture forever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oof. Okay, well,
G4,
the idea...
big move.
No. That's the move you play when you have the advantage, g4. And you're trying to keep your opponent from setting up f7, g6, h5. You don't play g4 when you're trying to defend your king side. That's not a thing.
Yeah, he's creating another weakness. I feel like Nepo's gone off the rails this game. But we've seen him hold these types of positions. I just don't think he's going to do it against MVL.
This rook's going to b3. Good. From here, it's going to be looking at h3, because eventually Nepo's going to have to play h3 to defend this pawn. And he's also preventing f3 by pressuring that bishop.
Look at the clocks, by the way. 2 minutes extra. You would think Nepo's the one playing black, but no. This time it's MVL.
Yeah.
Rook c8, activating his other rook. He might play f5, carving out a path for his king, but the downside of that is that it trades off this potentially weak pawn on g4. It's not such a weak pawn now that it's been defended. Yeah, how do you win this exactly? H5.
I would want to poke at it with h5. But I was thinking to put a rook on the 5th rank, like rook d5 instead of rook c8. I thought.
Yep. King f3.
Is
king
chat
f7.
saying funny things, Danya?
Chat is always saying funny things.
Nice.
When is chat not, bringing us pearls of wisdom?
Okay, so here he's got the idea like king g6, rook g1 check.
Goes bishop g7.
Some kind of an attack.
Oh, if rook a2, then I think black's going to put that rook on a8, and he would have put the b3 rook on b2. He goes rook g1. He actually moves away from the a file.
Yeah, I knew he was dreaming of a counterattack here.
Yeah, always.
I just knew it.
Nepo's always looking for ways to get his opponent's king. Doesn't matter if you're in an endgame. There he goes again.
Yep.
Rook d5. Now he's attacking h5. And the g file's open.
Yeah.
Has MVL messed this up again?
I don't believe so. I think it's actually getting easier and easier for black to win like this.
I don't know. What do you do, though? How do you defend this h-pawn? First order of business. I don't think you can. I mean, you can play rook h6.
I mean, I'm thinking...
Goes rook f6. The king moves up to e4.
I want to somehow just play rook g6 and a2.
Oh, rook g6 does look very juicy here. But then I'll take on h5, take on g6, and move back to a5.
Right. That's what I couldn't arrange the timing the way I thought I could.
You really wish your king was on g8 here. Then rook g6, I think, would just win instantly. Yeah, I don't know what to do here with black.
Oh, man. Okay. A move ago, instead of rook f6 check, Maybe a2, rook takes h5 check, rook h6.
Oh,
So it's possible again in this position, a2.
a2 here. Let's pull up an analysis board real fast. a2, rook takes h5 check, rook h6.
Yeah.
What an idea. And if you take on h6, obviously you can't take with the bishop. Here black wins. Rook a1, rook a3, and then the next move, bishop g7 to dislodge
we just
the
come
rook.
back. Exactly.
Apparently there's the crazy resource here. Rook takes g7.
I planned for that.
And rook a5. And you go back and win the game.
Oh, yeah, and rook a5 with chances.
With potentially a fortress. I don't know. It's a 50-50 position. But they've gone down a different route. He gives up the h-pawn. Finally.
To prevent rook a5. He says we don't need the h-pawn to win the game, but rook a5 is white's main drawing resource.
Great idea by MVL. I think this might be the game-winning idea.
So it's too late to go back to a1 because of rook d6 check. If white goes after the g7 bishop with moves like rook g5, then just rook g6. And there'll be no happiness there.
No.
Bishop d4 loses to rook d4, rook g6.
Oh, good point. Winning the rook on g1.
So he's low on options here. There's always like the exchange sack on g7, but without rook a5, the rook on h5 can't get back and set up a defense.
Yeah, and I mean, you would only exchange sack here if you were assured to win the a-pawn, and here you can't do it. I think Nepo is, he's running out on the clock. He goes rook g4.
Still trying for rook a5.
Yeah, so if
takes rook a6 looks simple to me.
Or a2, because rook a5, there's rook d6 check. Okay, he goes rook d6 check first, and then a2, and it's all over.
He's got it.
Nice comeback win by MVL. It was in question at some point, but the opening, I mean, Nepo never recovered from that opening.
Yeah, no, he ended up like everything liquidating, and then the g7 bishop just put him under pressure in sort of like a simple technical way, but he gave up a pawn very quickly and was never anywhere near defending it.
This Nepo always like half smiling. He's like always has this like semi grin on his face.
He's a professional chess player. I guess there's kind of two ways that can go. One, you can be like Richard Rapport and just be like, oh, misery, oh, whoa, like
woe is me. Yeah.
Right? Or you could be like, dude, I sit around playing games all day and I'm getting like paid to just have fun.
Yep. That's a good way of putting it. And they're getting paid to repeat the same Berlin line, this time with bishop g2. Boo. Yeah. Lots of trades.
He sort of saved a tempo on bishop g5. Not that it seemed too significant.
But come on, guys. Is this all that you can do out of the opening?
Not really. But here's one thing they have done for us, Danya. They gave us a win for Black in game 3. Yesterday's match, we waited 2 hours for Black to win their first game. Every single game, it was like very, very safe openings from White, putting lots of pressure on Black. Very, very serious.
I will admit, I didn't. I was going to watch, but I was so fevered, I couldn't even hold my phone up. So I was like passed out all day. So I did not. I will watch it after the commentary today.
Yeah. Just to say, there is a little bit of spice here, a little bit of wildness, just off these games where Nepo is white already. So
yeah,
and yes, Ding did win yesterday.
Ding, yeah, that I knew. Ding wins. I mean, again, counteracting the sort of narrative. There's these players that people think, they're not as good at rapid and blitz. Ding, Caruana's in that club, and they're constantly disproving those narratives. Fabi wins round 1 against none other than Arjun Erigaisi. Ding.
Yeah.
It's another strong opponent in Sasha Grishuk. So this SCC is like the NBA season this year. Lots of good teams.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, knight h2.
Right, so
the
knight g4 is
coming g4. Yeah. I mean, white is a pull here. And the knight is slightly better than the bishop because the position's closed. But like, how are you actually going to win? How are you going to produce chances? Everything's defended a million times.
Right.
Congrats.
I think you trade all the rooks, and then you play for a million moves with the queen and knight.
Exactly. And then you call over Magnus
see
Carlsen.
If you can get, just see if you can get a little fork or something somewhere.
Some provoking some weaknesses, maybe some a4.
Like,
I can guarantee you
h5
a4.
Here.
Okay, I'll play h6.
You guarantee a4 for white here?
I guarantee you that move will be played at
H5
some
is
point.
slightly annoying. Oh, at some point, yeah.
I know these guys. They're okay, play on flank. 93. He's done his job on G4. Is he going to F5? And what is it going to be doing there? Well, it's going to be threatening Queen G4. That's a construction worth remembering, by the way, people. H5. What a move. Beautiful idea. Let's pull up an analysis.
He's got bishop
board.
takes G3 of Queen H5.
Bang. Pawn on F2. Overloaded. F takes G3. Rook takes E3. And here, of course, black is already better.
Yeah.
And if white would have played knight F5, then black will have G6. The G4 square is under control. And here you merely get yourself trapped. So, astute defensive mindset for Jan, and I think he solved all.
I would say
problems.
setting up F7. I would say setting up F7, G6, H5 is like great for black.
Yeah. King G2. King G7. I'll have what she's having. And the center has opened up. The knight on D5 looks imposing, David, but it can be kicked off pretty easily with rook D6. What do we say about this position? Draw?
Yeah. Yeah, without being supported, that knight is nothing special.
I would even go rook D6 right now. Just get the knight off of the square, force it back to E3, force it back to F4. And if it goes back to F4, I would just trade it and offer a draw. Yeah, I mean, there's not much to say in this type of position. No targets at all. Center is non-existent.
Yeah.
They have the same thinking pose, by the way, if you look over at their cameras.
Yeah. Yeah. I would also be ready to call the game a draw if it were me.
But then again, with Jan, you never know. He just whips up chances out of nowhere. And he is up on time. Ooh, rook C7, a little spice here. But if the knight drops back to F4, I think we're going to get a trade. No, it goes back to E3. And will it jump into... Oh, wait, the rook is hanging. So knight C4, rook takes F2. Wins a pawn. Oh, I think rook C2 is forced. Or am I missing something? Yeah, I guess rook C2. It's on the board. We might get a rook trade. And that basically means a draw. If the rooks are off the board, then I think there's virtually nothing left to play for. Rook back to D4. Nepo trying to keep the rooks on the board. And MVL is pursuing him with rook C4. It's hard to say who's playing for a win in this type of position. Largely because it's so equal.
Nobody is?
Yeah, nobody
because
is.
Nobody is?
D5.
Yeah. How about trade and queen D5 here?
Ooh. I like it. And then I'll play queen F6 and pretend to play for a win.
Yeah.
It's like
I'm just in the camp where I'd be so ready to be done with this game. If you go queen F6 after the trade, I could take the B pawn, no?
Oh yeah, that's true. And then maybe I could have won back the pawn with queen B2 later, but this reminds me...
you could still draw the game with queen B2.
This type of game reminds me of when I would get a draw for when I was really young from a high-rated player. And I knew immediately that I would accept the draw because I already felt that, that rush. But I knew my coach would get angry at me, so what I would do is the classic technique. I would take the rest of my time and I would pretend to be thinking about it, and then I'd say, well, I was low on time anyway, so, I had to take the draw. Except it was never, actually a decision.
Right. Yeah, do you think either of them thinks that they're trying to win this game, or what's holding them to this position? Because I could have agreed to a draw 3 minutes ago, and I'm not a very drawish player.
Yeah. No, I'm not sure. Knight F4. Although black is kind of surrounding white's pawns.
Yeah, but white's like, please take my pawn on A2, please.
Bishop f6. Knight back to f4, and we might get a repetition here.
No.
Not a
Gaining
chance.
space on the queen side.
Bishop b4. Is Jan now trying? Is Jan now trying?
I think so. I think he's trying. So he wants to get his pawn all the way to a3 maybe, and play bishop b2 to cut off the defense of that pawn.
Yeah, and again, let's not forget, MVL is down to 30 seconds. This has kind of been an early narrative. I mean, MVL has been down on the clock more often than not. Although in the previous game, it was the exact opposite. But queen c7 threatens 96, so don't fall asleep on White's attacking chances either.
Right.
This has gotten spicy all of a sudden, out of nowhere.
The queen doesn't have a simple way to re-centralize herself on a3. She's excited about what she's doing, but
she's abandoned her husband on g7.
Yeah.
Wait, how does Black defend against 96 exactly? So one idea would
just
be
a takes b3 if there's no defense.
let's bring up an analysis board. A takes b3 is the kind of move a lot of people wouldn't play. Just c96 check and you say, oh, this doesn't work. But if you keep calculating after king f6, knight takes d4, b takes a2, the king it's not that safe, but it can't be checkmated. It can always duck back to g7. And here I think Black is the only one with chances, although knight c2 should. Maybe not. Anyways, White can also try after king f, or White can also play a takes b3, but then queen takes b3 defends the e6 square.
Exactly. That's the only way back. So
okay, bishop
in the
a1.
game, he's allowed knight e6 while hiding the king.
Wait, apparently White is checkmate. Queen d8, knight g5. Oh, and queen... No.
Not queen
queen
e7.
d7. Queen t7, because you can't play queen f8 due to the
still
fork.
No way back.
No, queen f8, knight e6 is a fork, so he's got to go king h6, and now he gets mated with queen g8. Jan is lost. Okay, we need to... I'll show the line with king g7 for the folks who might have missed it as the next game gets underway. So what he missed here was that after king g7, White plays the simple queen d7. And he was relying on queen f8. Looks safe, right? No. Knight e6, fork. Goodbye. A takes b3. I'm not taking back. I'm taking on f7 with mate. Can you believe that? Okay.
Well, fans of the 90s are going to love this. We've got some throwback theory here.
Yeah, this is like Valery Solov against
Joel
Latier.
Before Kasparov shadow banned him from Elite Chess.
Yeah, called him a chess tourist. God, these are old people references, David. The chat is like, what are they talking about?
Yeah, nobody in chat knows who Solov is.
Or who Joel Latier is, maybe.
Yeah.
Fun fact, Joel Latier is fluent in Russian and in Chinese. Anyways. One of the top grandmasters in the world in the 1990s. So they're playing a Grunfeld, kind of a classic Grunfeld position, right? If you had to do a Pictionary entry for the Grunfeld, I would just give this position.
That would work for sure. Now it's going to be that d5 pawn against that a pawn.
Don't get your queen trapped. Don't collect $200. Don't give up e7. But maybe you do give up e7 and just drive this pawn down and close your eyes.
That is how it works sometimes. It's like self-driving a pawn. Hope it doesn't explode. Just start pushing it.
King g2. Oh, the f pawn was saying. I didn't even see that.
Oh, me neither. Me neither.
Yeah,
I just thought like, oh, clever. He's defending e7 while controlling the d6 square. Didn't expect that.
He was also attacking f3.
Gets out from behind his own a pawn. I'm surprised by that as well, because now White can have a pawn on a rook on a7 in these positions.
Absolutely, but don't take on e7. Queen g5. I mean, look at MVL. Such a devilish little move.
Basically, he's playing for the perpetual check here. Like, he could even go f6, completely killing his own king.
What a move.
The idea of queen e7, queen g5.
This is worth showing on the analysis board. f6. Now, the reason it doesn't work, I think, David, is because, yeah, queen e7, queen g5 is a draw. Because if you try to run this way, the queen pursues the king via c1. If you go king h1, same thing, queen c1. If you go king h3, queen h5. So everywhere you go, there's a draw. But queen g3, I think, at a minimum is winning. Or queen e6 check and rook takes e7 to cover the check with queen g4.
Oh, and the queen's still on the diagonal, yeah.
Yeah, and apparently the eval bar is showing an even more convincing win. But anyways.
But now he's in serious trouble after rook a7, right? Like, I wanted to play rook a8 and queen g5 at once, but you can't do both, and now that looks tough.
Yeah, he's going to lose a pawn. It's going to be a 5-on-4. I mean, obviously, this is a draw with best defense. No doubt about that.
Okay. He goes passive. We'll see if that's enough. My first instinct was to sort of rush the king to e5 and see if we could engineer pawn trades with f5 and e6, but see how this works.
Maybe white is the one who wants to engineer a pawn trade to...
Yeah, now I think Nepo wants to play like f4 and then f4, f5 with the second f pawn and turn the h pawn into a passer. Maybe
yeah, you need to take your pawns to the orthodontist.
Straighten them out. Or just get them pulled. You're like, there's nothing we can do about this pawn on f2. Let's pull it.
Yeah, maybe your opponent wants to see you play f4. It's the equivalent of the pawns getting Invisalign. Okay, king f7, asking Nepo politely how he intends to make progress. Because that rook on a3 stops h4 from being possible.
Yeah. The plan I see right now is to defend f2 with your own rook, like take the rook to the second rank, move the king up to g4, and maybe play f4 from there.
You know, it's funny when you're time scrambling, you know, when you play like rook a1, rook b3, rook c1, try to get your opponent to pre-move onto the same file. Here, obviously, they have both of 3 minutes.
Yeah. Plus, I've never done that. Oh, there's the rook on the second rank and the king on g4.
Don't get mated. Rook c1, h3, rook g1 is mate.
Okay.
Just pointing that out.
Luckily, my plan is f4.
Somebody in chat had their wisdom teeth pulled. Sorry to hear that. That was me a year ago. Not pleasant.
Yeah. No. Anytime you get your body taken apart, it hurts.
Rook c1 played, and
yeah,
f4.
I didn't think that this would prevent f4, so yeah, f4 gets played.
Rook e1. Oh, the idea is if f3, then rook g1 check, dislodging the king and winning the f pawn.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very
and then
nice.
You're stuck with your king on the h file, and you have to worry about losing.
Oh, and what makes things even worse is that after king f3, black pushes g4, forcing the king back. Then you take on e4, severing the connection between the pawns, and then you're going to win d5. Now that's a dead draw.
This was a precise move. This kind of kills it. I mean, this is maybe fg5, rook e4 check, agree to a draw territory.
Yeah, and that's why the eval bar is showing zeros.
Alternatively, rook b4.
Okay. Then
yeah. Black can't get fancy with rook e4. But they could just trade on it. Okay, he goes for b4. He's going to play g4, check, and then go after the h pawn, maybe? No. MVL gets the original trade, but it's still rook g2 is the idea. Still rook g2 is the idea.
Yeah, rook g2 is the idea, and d6 is the idea for white mode. Don't keep your king on f7. It's never too late to blunder.
Never too late. Yeah, I would have been like, "Ooh, I've got that f pawn. Let me play my g5 move." All right, well done by the two players.
Yeah, solid, clean game.
Well, that's got to be encouraging for Maxime, I would say. Like, if you can trade into that worse endgame with white's rook, you know, patrolling e7 and a5, and then just draw it just fine, gives you a shot of confidence that your endgames are all right today.
Yeah, I think both players' forms are decent in the early going of this match. I mean, Jan making some sloppy moves here and there, but this just has the aura of a close match. You just get the feeling that they're going to go back and forth the entire way. because they're just
That
too
looks
close
like a
in
sloppy
strength.
move to me.
Rook F3.
What's the idea after Rook F3? I was just going to advise chat, like, it's fine to play passive moves like King F2 or King E2. If you always go forward.
Well, he has to repeat, actually, and he's lucky he has this repetition or he'd lose a pawn. You're right. It was a sloppy move. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. The score stands at 2 for Jan Nepomniachtchi, 3 for the Frenchman with 3 names. He leads by 1 here alongside I am David Proust. David, your quick thoughts on the match so far before we go on a break.
Well, I decided to throw my luck in with the bleu, with the French today, and I think we've surprised 78% of the prognosticators with a small Maxime lead so far, and things are looking pretty exciting.
They are indeed. The 5-minute segment will continue, but first, a short break. We'll be back with more SCC coverage very shortly.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
are back at the Speed Chess Championship, observing a lovely match between Jan Nepomniachtchi, the World Championship Challenger, and MVL Maxim Shelagrov. Alongside, I am David Pruss. David, we could not ask for a closer, more entertaining match thus far. They're halfway and change through the 5+1 portion, and we've got 40 more minutes of 5+1 action as we take a quick look at Jan's matchup card.
Yeah. Insight, strength, applying pressure. Is that is that putting getting an advantage or getting mistakes out of the opponent? Either way makes sense for him.
I think it's just being Jan Nepomniachtchi. Like being John Malkovich, being Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah.
His very essence is exerting pressure. Well, let's see if we can exert some more pressure here to tie up the match, because he's down 1. He has the black pieces. And another Berlin.
And another Berlin.
Another Berlin and another rook e1. We're going to see that rook traveling back to e2 again very shortly. Or is Jan going to deviate?
Well, Maxim just deviated with knight c3. In the past, so far today, he's played d4.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, when he plays knight c3.
Yeah, this is super popular. Bishop c7, knight f5, and white goes after the bishop pair in this line normally.
Yeah.
But Jan taking a little time here. Now he goes bishop c7, and now knight f5, as far as I know, is the move.
Yeah, there's also c4, I think, in order to trade once on d5, when black plays d5, and give mutual IQPs.
Mm-hmm. Definitely also a move.
Grabs the bishop pair.
And now I know there's d3. Yep, d3 is played. Mm-hmm. And often white tries to play g3. And this move f5, it appeared on the scene, I think, a couple years ago as an antidote to g3. You want to now meet g3 with f4. So white has to find alternate arrangements for his light squared bishop.
Yeah, but that bishop was definitely destined for g2. So Maxim's going to have to play it slower.
I mean, you can still play g3. You just have to have something in mind against f4.
Yeah. I expect we'll see like bishop d2 from him before he does anything more decisive. Just improving that coordination a little bit.
Yeah, same type of idea. Bishop f4. An instructive positional mistake would be to go d4, allowing the knight to jump into e4. Queen takes f5 is bad for the same reason, knight e4.
Mm-hmm.
At least I think, maybe it's not so clear, but I don't think he's going to go pawn grabbing here.
Yeah, I would be looking at rook e6 as white here, looking to double up rooks. If black opposes us on e8, we'll be able to grab the f5 pawn.
Juicy square. Nice. Good call.
Comes in. He comes in. Against queen b6, I think we have b3, but that's the thing white has to look out for, is we're kind of abandoning the whole queen side and hoping that the e-file has something going on.
Yeah, compensates for it in some way.
Does black need to play g6 at some point? Like how would you handle this f pawn, which is looking kind of like a slight weakness just dangling out there?
It's one of those situations where you look at the eval bar and it's giving 0.3 and you think, it's not a big deal. But practically speaking, it's quite an unpleasant position for black. Very easy to go down a pawn here. What I'm looking at is queen d7, rook e1, and then rook e8. But Jan, he goes for your path. He goes g6.
Okay.
I would be very reticent to play that. Queen e3?
Yeah, here queen e3 to d4 is kind of my fear. He doubles rooks first, and Jan holds it together. You know what's funny? If he played the other rook to e8, white could have taken the knight. If he played rook c to e8, white can take the knight on f6. But if you play rook f e8, white can't take the knight on f6.
That's a great call.
Very counterintuitive.
And Jan potentially blundering another pawn. Now he's thinking, because after rook takes e8, let's bring up an analysis board, all of a sudden, the least likely pawn to lose, the a7 pawn, right, as far away from the war zone as possible, that's the pawn you actually end up losing because of the fork. And it's just a pure pawn down endgame. But the problem is that if you take back with the knight, you avoid losing a pawn, but now you give up complete monopoly over the e-file. So, I mean, both options look equally unappealing here.
Yeah. It looks terrible. My first instinct is I'd rather be down a pawn than be this abject on the e-file.
Yeah, he's super constrained, and now he does cling to his pawn. It would be weird to give up, both.
Oh, I was thinking queen d4, but there is queen g7 saving black there. I was thinking queen d4 arranging the rook on e6.
I would consider the move c4 to try to open up a front in the center.
C4 and h4 are going to be candidate moves. Maybe queen e6. Like sometimes you creep in. Oh, but you got it, Danya. C4.
Yeah, it just looks
trying
like it
to leverage.
Takes a page out of Jan's strengths, applying pressure. And what you're also ultimately trying to do in the event of DC-DC is you want to go c5 and open up a diag for the bishop to restrict black's king. And you could get checkmated really easily with collinear pieces, the bishop controlling one diagonal and the queen controlling the other. It's a classic mating pattern.
And a classic word, collinear. It's my first time hearing it on a chess broadcast.
I like to throw those out once in a while. Well, a collinear move is actually a term in chess, I think.
I believe you. I just have never heard it described like that before.
A collinear move, yeah.
Does queen d4 do anything here?
I think MVL
he asked the same question as I do.
But queen
G7, the same question as I do.
Jan is holding for now.
So queen g7, I'm thinking rook e6.
Rook f8. I'm through clenched teeth.
Right, and then queen e5.
He goes king g7.
Oh, he's planning rook e6, queen f7, queen e5, rook e8.
The goalkeeper comes out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This might be a moment to trade on d5. Go for mutual isolated pawns.
And maybe you revert to the old idea and go g3, bishop g2. Just say, hey, I don't only need to attack the king. I can also attack your weakness on d5.
Yeah. Just giving f1 something to do, because we've got a great position even without bishop f1. Like, it's doing absolutely nothing.
Yeah, it's weird. You've got a piece that's not playing.
Yeah. And I figure on cd5, if black does anything fancy like rook d8 or queen d6, that rook e6 will be good for white. So
it looks like Jan is more or less stabilizing, because if you go queen e5, which is a very tempting move, then rook e8 forces the rook trade, and I think black keeps all of his pawns intact, because you can always cover a check on c7 with queen f7 or even queen d7.
Yeah, so I think he's going to trade on d5 now and then put the rook on b6 or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I thought clearly that Jan had prepared this rook e8 resource here, so MVL is going to have to find some other juice here. He's not just going to be able to put two pieces on the e-file and win.
Unfortunately for MVL, not, and Jan has kept the time advantage again. So he's done a good job here. CD is on the board, so now he decides to take. That does give up the c-file, though. No, rook d8. He tries to do something fancy, as you predicted. Whoa. King hides out on h6.
Jan was ready.
Careful now. But there's no way back.
Yeah, he's lost control of e8. He's lost control of f6. And his king's out there. So while there's no immediate tactical shot for white after king h6, there's no immediate way for black to heal their position. Rook d7 to e7?
That's a good defensive maneuver. Rook d7, maybe I'll throw in bishop g2.
Bishop g2 is going to disorganize him.
Yeah, because then rook e7, bishop takes d5, wins the piece. I think bishop g2 is strong here.
Yeah.
And it's played. But apparently the eval bar didn't like it. It's not rook h4, it just didn't like it. Knight c7, maybe? The white rook actually doesn't have a lot of good squares. Maybe knight c7 is the reason.
And queen e3 check f4. Dang.
Oh, that's a nasty line.
One must be careful.
Jan taking his time here. He senses that he needs to react very accurately in this position. Back to c7 he goes. And the rook on e6 has to shift to f6. And now white's given up the e-file. And is white now worse?
Looks slightly worse. Isolated pawn.
Oh! Oh, king g7. White loses. He loses.
Is his rook trapped? Is that it?
Well, the queen
shakes
is
his
now
head
hanging.
angrily.
That's it.
And Jan nods yes.
And if the queen moves back to h3, then black takes the rook with his king to keep the black rook protected. No way, no way out. MVL has lost control of the game.
That's crazy because, yeah, black wasn't even threatening to take the rook. Black was threatening to take the queen.
Wow, that turned around so quickly. The moment he gave up the e-file, the game ended.
Man, that was tricky of Jan, that
Ouch.
queen f5. They've got the wrong colors here, and they're aborting twice in a row. Should be Jan with white now.
We've got the wrong colors again. Okay,
Yeah.
aborting 3 times in a row. Okay, can we
Jan's
get MVL with the
this.
black pieces? Yeah. All right. We're waiting for the appropriate colors to be assigned. Yeah, Jan loves this kind of stuff.
Anything that shows like some of the modern absurdity of our existence.
Exactly.
Nice little spice in the middle of some chess.
The match clock continues to tick. Not exactly sure, what the issue is.
Yeah, MVL liking it too. I think like Chess.com has just decided.
There we go.
Jan's had too many whites over the course of his career. He's too dangerous with the initiative, and we have to start controlling that and giving his opponents an extra white.
The gods are just, and Jan is loving it. He is loving it. King's Gambit. Okay. Let's go.
All right.
You like that.
What? Bishop d7.
Is that a bad move?
I've seen no move other than c6 in a long time in that position. Normally, black just plays c6, pawn takes c6, knight takes c6. Very, very simple, not tempo-looking move. And the point is the bishop on b5 is vulnerable to queen b6 check if you castle, and to queen a5 check if you play d4 first. And so that position's been considered fine for black for a million years.
Yeah, literally a million years since the time of Steinitz.
Yeah,
now,
well, Spassky, but yeah.
Yeah, Spassky, Steinitz, same thing. World champions whose names begin with S. Yeah, but listen,
now
White's
John's got like
recovered
the normal.
pawn. Yeah, White's slightly better.
Now he's got the normal King's Gambit advantage. This is like the standard small edge for the King's Gambit is just the d4 pawn against the f7 pawn, little space in the center. Both Jan and Magnus have played the King's Gambit a couple times and shown that they know how to handle this particular positional advantage. I think Magnus beat Wang Yue with this position, and Jan's played it several times.
And what's interesting is that a lot of casual chess fans, when they think of the King's Gambit, they think of like refuted openings. And what they often don't understand is that King's Gambit has not been refuted. I think refuted in the modern sense basically just means that there's like 17 different lines that equalize. So the opening is no longer considered that challenging. But it's not like black has a single line that is generally considered to lead to a big advantage. That has not been found against the King's Gambit.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like Maxime's bishop d7 instead of c6, as I mentioned earlier. It doesn't look like this is going to be something that anyone would ever repeat. Because as black, you don't want to give white the advantage in the King's Gambit. You don't need to give white an edge.
No, most certainly not. I mean, I think we shouldn't overstate the case. Black is very solid here. But
totally playable.
But d5 is a pretty nasty prospect. If white pushes d5, he's got that rook on d1 x-raying the queen. Black could get pushed around something fierce in the center.
Yeah. And I would have played rook ad1 from the get-go in this position. I would have never put the rook on the e-file. I would have immediately put it to d1, immediately pushed for d5.
There we go. Buckle your seatbelts. D5's on the board.
Yeah. If this came out of another opening, people would consider black's position satisfactory. But coming from the King's Gambit, black doesn't need to suffer.
Yeah, it's like Benoni 0.6 is like basically black is winning. Rai Lopez same evaluation. It's considered an abject failure. So it all depends on the opening and what your expectations are from that opening. Yeah.
Yeah, Maxime's playing very actively this knight on f4, maybe fishing for some tactics like knight takes g2 at some point. And then queen g4, knight f4 kind of follow-up.
Goes g3, another one of those fancy moves.
Throws in g3. Yeah, he's always ready. He's always seeing that trick. You know, you play like the moves that would cause me to be surprised from the opponent. He's always seen it coming.
Mm-hmm. And now he takes the bishop on g1. So White's biggest asset is this knight on d5. Jan might take back with the knight. I mean, he only has two options. I don't think he's going to go taking that bishop. Although maybe he will, because if he takes with the king, there's a check on c5. Not that scary, though. Bishop c5 check, you just go back to h1. And you're threatening a fork on c7, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he took on d5 with the knight instead of the c-pawn tells me he wants to play...
Waited for you to say that.
Tells me he wants to play off the advantage of the knight. Otherwise, you would make the pass d-pawn. What is this? What is this?
Yeah, strange combination of moves. I agree completely. I think Jan has sort of squandered whatever small advantage he may have had. Now I think the position is basically dead equal. Maybe even I'd prefer black by the tiniest of smidges because of the slight advantage in king safety.
Mm-hmm.
Queen C, yeah, exactly. And now you have to move your king up to g2, and now there's like a nasty check on e2. So White has to be a little bit more careful here.
Yeah, and I think that black can emphasize that if they can reposition this knight from g6 back to f6.
Mm-hmm.
Then we'll start to feel that White's a little bit uncomfortable.
And you can see Jan is trading all the pieces, which is exactly what you want to do when you've got problems with king safety. I think we're going to see rook e1.
Rook e1.
And likely another draw. I mean, this does seem very, very balanced.
Mm-hmm.
Although we've seen the most equal of games get crazy, like within
Looking
the span of
h4.
2 moves.
Looking for h4 is Maxime. And what do you think of queen d5 to just plunk in the center and try and bail out? Is that isolated pawn a problem, or it's okay?
I think the issue with queen d5 is we can bring up an analysis board here. Trade, rook d8, rook d2, and rook d6, threatening knight e7, I think might be a small issue for White.
Yeah. The other thing is, instead of rook d2, White can maybe just play rook c2.
Ah, and rook takes d5, you could infiltrate.
Yeah.
Yeah, would have been an interesting candidate move. Instead, he goes queen f5, and now he moves back to d3.
Okay.
So
h4 finally comes in. To me, this has a definite risk for White now. Black owns the e file as well.
Rook back to e8. But is this really such a big problem, the isolated pawn? I think the king is handily defending that pawn.
I think it's more of an issue of whether the pawn defends the king than whether the king defends the pawn.
Yeah, that's well put. MVL looking for ways to twist the knife here.
For example, knight e5, knight e5, rook e5, black would be threatening mate. I don't think that's actually necessarily very strong. I think there's queen d8 to h4 back and forth here.
And that's exactly what's happening. Rook back to e8 is possible. If king h7, you're right. Queen h4 covers the mate threat and reciprocates the attack. Ooh, maybe he wants king g6. Oh, he's played it. And this
Maxime's feeling it.
This is not to be trifled with. The king is threatening rook h5. It's defending the square.
Yeah.
White is in danger all of a sudden. Rook g5. And then I guess queen f3 is his idea.
Recovering the checkmates.
Nice. The endgame is slightly better for black, though. Better king placement and better pawn majority. The smaller the pawn majority, the easier it is to create a passed pawn.
And the scariest thing to do in a slightly bad endgame is to trade into the king and pawn ending. That's always terrifying.
Yeah, and it loses on the spot. If you take on f5, then black's king just infiltrates to the queen side.
So he has to find king g2 here, I think, Danya.
And accurately evaluate the draw. Instead, he gives up the pawn, which is totally understandable. But now black has great winning chances.
c5, right before rook d7. Now black's going to attack the b pawn from behind on b2, or maybe rook c2 or rook b2. I think rook b2.
Rook a5, a different
avenue. Oh, he's going to b5. He's ready for rook d7, so ready for it.
Great square. b4, rook b5. There it is.
And now the black king can come over first as well. This looks really dangerous to me.
Yeah. I mean...
So, the one thing is if the black king goes to e5, white will have then rook d7 and collecting the whole king side, but black could try to race that.
What black does not want to do is trade off all the queenside pawns. That's like the fast track to a draw. You want to keep the queenside pawns on the board.
Yeah, he plays the most aggressive move. Now maybe c6 for white. But if you go rook f7, a5, rook g7, a4, it's risky.
Great call, and that's a nice defensive move. c6. bc, rook takes f7. He's going to win back another pawn. And this is 50-50 again. No idea who's going to win this. I think it's going to be black. Or, obviously, white's not winning this. I meant to say it might be a draw.
Yeah. White winning is a draw at this point.
King f2 tries to get his king into the defense.
Yeah. He realizes he's always got rook b3 or rook b2 with check, so he doesn't need to advance the rook here and cuts the king off. Oh, knife. That looks like death. That's it.
That's a dagger move. That's a knife right there. Rook e4. Now you can just push your pawn. c4, c3. Goodbye. See you later.
When you play c3 and white plays rook c7, your king's in range for king d4. Got it. Exactly. And if you wait here, black will play rook c4 if you keep the king cut off.
And at that point, it's too late to advance your king, as you said, because then c2 promotes the pawn. It's over.
Okay. Maxime steals another point in the endgame, and he makes a real statement and a real lead here in the match if he wins this game.
That is just not a game that Jan was supposed to lose. I mean, he was
here. I think
better.
Rook d4 is good.
I would just go c2 and put the rook behind the pawn, and then the problem is that even if white wins the c pawn, this is actually a lost endgame. This is famously losing. So just king e4, and it's over. Or king d4 and rook c3. Yeah, that's it.
Why did the king go to e2 instead of e3?
Not sure.
I'm sure there's got to be somebody in chat who wants to know why the king.
Well, I think rook
c3
keep the black
king away. And then king d2, rook
king
takes
d4.
g3.
Just king d4.
Oh, and then king. Yeah. Got it. Beautiful. Yeah, all right, finally, the end game.
Total statement game. Total statement game by MVL with black, slightly worse out of the opening. An end game that seemed to be drawn, and he squeezed all of the juice out of that position.
Yeah. Okay. Now, I don't know if I realized that one day in my life I would be rooting for the Berlin endgame, but I, in the early part of this match, have been waiting for Maxime to go for the full endgame, and now he's doing it, and I'm excited for the Berlin endgame. What's happened to me?
Give me this over Rookie 1 any day for sure.
Yeah.
It's all relative.
What's happened to me? Too many Rookie 1 games.
No, Rookie 1 might be the most lifeless, just absolute, insipid line of chess in any opening. The Rookie 1 Berlin.
Okay, very, very general question to players for you, Danya.
Mm-hmm.
If there's a choice between a technical position and an absolute like madness position, right? Who is favored? Like, which of them should want to go into a technical position? Which of them should want to get just everything?
I think MVL is the technical favorite because both of them are tactical players, obviously. I mean, look at MVL's opening repertoire. But MVL is a calculating machine. He's super good in the positions where precision is required. Whereas Jan is like, I mean, he's insane in all areas, but he's so tricky. So he wants positions where there's an abundance of, 2-3 move tactical tricks.
Right.
And he wants the time scrambles. I still think Jan, all out time scrambles, as we kind of discussed, MVL might have the edge, but sharp positions where both players have like 1 minute on the clock, I would take Jan. So I think MVL actually has to build up a 2 or 3 point lead going into the bullet. That should be his goal.
Yeah. All right. Fair enough. He's halfway. He's halfway there. No one's yet been ahead by 2 points in this match. No one's yet pulled ahead by that much. It's been a 1 point match since game 1. I've been very, very impressed by Jan's endgame play. But when you see two players who are both really good at everything, it's interesting to wonder if there's like anybody who's, you know, when they're offering trades, they're thinking to themselves like, yeah, if I can get into like, you know, 100 endgames in a row, that's going to favor me a little bit.
Whoa! Fireworks. Knight F5.
Checkmate. Checkmate.
Yep. And it's still rook d1. Rook d1 doesn't actually help. It moves the piece off of the square, but doesn't get rid of the square itself. Wait,
Yep.
How do you defend against this? Because you can't just castle. You've moved your king.
Right. No king f8 either, because rook d8 is mate. MVL takes a calm swig. And what is it, like rook hg8 is black's move?
Ugh. I mean, you might have to. Because you can't move your king.
I wonder, as long as you're threatened with checkmate, if white can't try and just go after the bishop that's covering e7, like rook hg8, c3, you know, and if bishop c5, b4.
Oh, that's a problem. Wait a second, that's a big problem. If we look at that on an analysis board, rook g8, c3. Let's throw in. Oh nope. Let's throw in rook takes d1, rook takes d1.
Sure.
Bishop c5, b4.
Yeah. What I think is that black can deal with the checkmate with a move like bishop d5 or something, and then when you play b takes or here,
or bishop d5 I take and go c4.
Oh, still nailing.
And then you go h6, but you're going to lose a pawn.
Yeah.
But okay, I mean the position complicated. But I think you can go bishop e6 instead, hitting the knight directly with two different pieces. And if bc, then obviously you take with the bishop. Okay, something similar is on the board. He has played rook g8, and he has traded on d1 first.
Yeah, Maxime's taken a different angle with rook d4, attacking the two pieces from the side. And yeah, black still needs to at some point spend a move getting out of checkmate, but what's the idea? The idea is like bishop d5, rook b4, knight f5, rook b7, and just get into the camp.
Yeah, and win a pawn while you're at it. b5, defend the bishop. And now c3, bishop c5 hits the rook, so you can't really combine the two ideas.
Mm-hmm. The other thing that MVL can do, by the way, is at some point he can just trade everything on e7 and try and outplay the single light squared bishop with his knight. Like, obviously our eyes are on knockout tactical blows here. But
there
you
are
always have to remember, like, what's the scenario if we just go into something technical here?
And knight d2, I think, is one of those well, it's strikes a balance because you're threatening just knight takes c4 and then trade everything on e7, take on c4, and win the rook endgame. And if black plays bishop to c5, you can still take on c4 because bishop takes d4, knight takes c7 actually hits the rook on g8.
Yeah.
So this is not easy to navigate if you're Jan. And f6.
And finally, if the bishop went back to a square like e6, this knight on d2 is en route for the technical trade-off of everything, and then knight e4, knight c5. And that's like exactly where you want to be if you want to beat the bishop in the endgame.
Great point. And Jan taking the chaotic approach. f6, knight takes c7. Now he's deciding what to recapture with.
Yeah, he's got to take back. He can't take on g5, I don't think, and allow knight takes c6. It feels like he'll just end up
knight takes g8.
Down there. Oh, knight takes g8. Okay.
But also
he's definitely got to recapture. So
yeah, now what is he going to take back with?
I would expect bishop takes, because your bishop's just kind of vulnerable on b4, but there may be a scenario where he wants to take d2.
Whoa. He has taken d2.
So now he's allowing knight g8, bishop g5, and he thinks he's got the knight stuck. But white has h4.
I don't believe it. Bishop c1. I don't believe this. There must be something here for white. Knight takes g8, bishop takes g5. There's also f4. Bishop h4. God. Black is hanging by and then f5 and e6. I think I got it. I think after knight g8, bishop g5, f4.
Yeah.
Maybe that's not it, but bishop h4.
You're going to let
F5.
black take your knight and trap their bishop in there.
Well, no.
You're also tempoing that guy.
I'm temporing that guy, and I want to go e6.
And you want to go e6, and then e7.
Oh, but there's a check here. No, that doesn't work.
Not quite. Maxime's deep into this one, but if ever there was a time to spend your time and say this is a 5-minute game, not a 3-minute or a 1-minute, it's right here.
Yeah.
This next move is worth a point.
There's bishop takes f6 as well.
Jan's sighing. He's found some line that he doesn't like.
Okay, knight g8 is played. Let's see what MVL goes for. He goes for f4. Taking the commentator's advice, always a bad idea.
Yeah. So
bishop h4 box, because c5, rook takes c4, desperado, and then you win the other bishop. Although even there it's not over because the knight's trapped. But anyways.
Yeah, this is insane. He's got to go to h4, but he thought about it for a bit.
Don't go f5. Maybe switch the move order, go e6 first.
I'm looking at king h2 as well here.
Trying to trap the bishop with g3.
e6 is interesting, yeah.
Got so many options. And this is what I mentioned, right? Chaotic position, both sides of a minute. This is where I think Jan stands to benefit.
Yep.
e6 played. Good move.
So can he take and then on f5 play bishop g5 there?
Then rook e4. That's his point.
Then there's rook e4 killing. All right.
Great calculation by the Frenchman.
Okay, so what can black do? What are black's options?
I have
if
no
g6, white could still play e7 against g6.
Oh, and bishop takes g8, rook d.
Bishop
Actually,
takes g8,
e7
rook
is
d8.
a huge threat.
Yeah, e7 would clean things up.
but
All
now
right,
rook
so he makes
d7.
some moves, giving no time.
No, it's over. Rook d7 ends it.
Oh, he is
Goodbye.
in there. Bishop e6, rook e7, rook takes g7 coming otherwise. He covers e7 with the bishop.
I would just play rook takes g7 and clear the
And
shrubbery.
then
Rook takes h7
knight
and evacuate the
h6
knight.
and yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's going to clean it up. Well, a bishop pair is always a little tricky for a rook to handle, but if this rook, clears up the entire 7th rank, it's going to be in charge.
Yeah, rook takes c7, rook takes a7, and g4.
Yeah.
You're just going to push your king side. I think he's going to resign shortly.
Yeah.
Just g4.
So Nepo's going to try grabbing a2 at some point and trying one last hurrah on the queen side.
Yeah, and MVL's like, no. But c3, b4, and it's never over with Nepo. You just know he's going to come up with tricks. I don't like the... I think MVL should have not touched the whole queen side.
I think he's okay because his rook's going to be able to come back out on c7. And, with that rook involved,
yeah,
that pawn's not going to queen.
Bishop d2, though. Great move by Nepo. That's a nasty little move right there.
Can he play f5?
Oh, this should be winning.
Bishop e3. Good. Bring the king up.
This actually, no, this might be a draw. This actually might be a draw. He wins the pawn.
He just plundered the pawn.
Wait, why did he take on c5? He should have brought the king up first.
Absolutely. Guaranteed,
Whoa.
yes. Wow,
Big
that
miss there for MVL.
Yeah, that is a lost opportunity.
They had time. I don't know why MVL kind of rushed. I mean, the whole a3, c3 thing he did on the queen side, David, I think he should have just pushed g4 and run the pawns up the board. I think Nepo was way too slow. He kind of gave him kindling for the counterplay on the queen side.
Yeah, that's definitely going down as a huge miss for Maxime. That's going to be in his head a little bit. Nepo brings out his first 1e4 game and grabs a couple nuts, which are, in my opinion, the best way to keep your energy up mid-game, mid-match.
Nuts are great.
Horseback. Queen d2, knight e7 is a famous blunder.
Yep. Okay.
This is snags the bishop pair.
Often black tries to push d5, and he does.
Yeah.
Otherwise, white would have played c4, clamping down on the d6 pawn.
Yeah. Okay, d5's just enough. I was going to say Nepo had grabbed a small advantage, but I'll revise that immediately.
Hey. c4. Another... We've had a lot of games with only one minor piece left on the board, weirdly enough.
You got to just take on e3, probably play f6.
Yeah, solid position for black. Maybe f6, f4, which is what he's trying to avoid with queen c7.
Yeah.
Bishop f1. I guess.
To me, this looks like a sign of ambition. I don't think f6, f4 would be a problem if you're happy with a draw for black. You just trade a pawn and develop your rooks.
Yeah, I mean, I guess MVL wants to strike in the slower time controls. That seems to be his overall strategy.
Yeah.
As somebody saying in chat, favorite bullet.
It's very likely that this is the last game in the 5-minute section, because we've got 8 minutes on the game and 4 minutes on the 5-minute timer. The game will count.
Yeah.
But you said something important there. You said Nepo's definitely the favorite in bullet to you.
To me, well, the thing is, I think when both are at the peak of their form, they're maybe comparable. But Nepo's just played a lot more, and I think bullet is a bullet strength is very much correlated to how active you are in general. I don't know. I'm spitballing, but I really feel like that's something I've observed anecdotally. Like when I play a lot of tournaments and stuff, your intuition's very sharp, and your tactics are on point. So I think Nepo's gonna be very happy with a tie going into the bullet.
Okay. Should Maxime try and get his queenside pawns onto dark squares here? He doesn't think so, but Jan does.
Yeah, Jan says that in case you have that thought, you won't have that thought anymore. I mean, you could play a5 and try to carve out a weakness on c5. The problem is White's just going to push the pawn up to c5, and he does it anyway. Yeah, lots of pawns being pushed here. In fact, the last 8 moves have been with pawns. Okay. Nice. We could have liquidation and a quick draw. There could actually be another game if this one ends quickly.
Yeah, so far, they've never just agreed to a draw. They've always played it out, used the last 2 or 3 minutes, even when it seemed like the middle game resolved quickly.
We're getting noticed in chat that someone's pointing out that MVL played a 100-game bullet match against Reza yesterday, which, I wonder why he did that. It's not like he had an SEC match coming up and he wanted to practice his bullet.
I think he probably told Ali Reza that the candidates for the next World Championship were starting tomorrow. Tricked him into...
And it's 3 a.m.
Yeah. Tricked him into some bullet.
Just imagine you're in Madrid and it's 2 a.m. and you're playing Nepo tomorrow. And imagine I'm the commentator.
Yeah.
Okay, queens are kept on the board. Again, both players just trying to keep some spice alive. Queen takes c3 was kind of drawish. Wow, 40-10 for Ali Reza. Damn, girl. That's a big score.
Yeah.
But it was also hyper bullet. And this 1+1 is a totally different game.
Also, in 100 games, if you score 40-10, I mean, that's a lot of double forfeits.
I guess it was a 50-game match.
Okay.
Somebody was exaggerating slightly, as some people are wont to do.
So Nepo is waiting on pushing c6. And maybe in some cases it's because of c6, queen b5. But
yeah, definitely.
But it also feels like maybe he's happy to sort of have that c5 pawn well protected on a dark square and kind of threatening.
Yeah, classic. The threat is stronger in the execution moment, where he's waiting for the perfect. I think this might be the perfect moment because queen takes b5, rook c5, forks the queen and the bishop. There is queen b6 there, and White's making progress.
Yeah. The other thing that I've learned to watch out for is sometimes c6, b takes c6, and then b6. They just prefer to have the pawn one step further out from the center. So you always have to watch out for b6 as well.
In this case, he took on c6. No, White's the one pushing, no doubt about that. Black's pawn is totally motionless. You can't go rook d3 because takes and the queen is lost.
Yeah. And we see it on the clock too. 2 minutes less for Maxime.
This would be a huge confidence boost for Nepo if he can get the last game. This will be the last game of the segment. 30 seconds left. I don't think this game is wrapping up in the next 28 seconds.
The normal move I would play in this kind of a position would be rook c8. but I think white would be winning with rook c5 and then rook takes f5.
Mm-hmm.
So the bishop on f5 is a concern. It's a little bit loose.
And if it moves back to g6, there's h5. But if you go rook c5 too quickly, there was rook d3. Okay, instead he pushes his pawn straight away. Oh, that is not a move you want to play.
Ooh, 7th rank.
Bang. h5.
Comes in. Next move could be rook c6.
And hg, bishop h3, also a big problem. No, I think black is collapsing here.
Yeah.
Queen g5, trying to get the queens off the board.
Okay. So,
which might be black's only chance.
Yeah, so white's going to throw an hg6 because of queen h5 check. And then try to keep queens on the board.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so what is he going to take back with? The king. Oh.
So queen d6, queen f6.
Instead, he gives this check on c6. Okay, back to f7. Black is surviving for now. And the other thing, David, is that there's this check on h5.
Yeah. He's going to have to block with the bishop on f1.
Oh, bishop d7 is what he missed. And now you have to trade the queens. It's going to be a draw.
No way out? Are you kidding me?
No way out. There are no checks. He pulled off the draw. Wow.
That's a shocker of a defensive calculation there.
That's an incredible retreating move. And it hits the rook. And it hits the queen. And there are literally no checks on the black king. No effective checks.
Yeah. So if I'm Nepo and I've got 2.5 minutes, I'm calculating queen e4, bishop c6, queen c6. But queen h5 to d1, etc. is very safe for black.
And the last thing you want to do is lose this game. So as disappointing as the draw is, and I think e3, black shouldn't give this pawn up that easily.
Yeah. Bishop f5 looks okay as well, or is that rook f1 gonna blunder?
Oh, rook f1, rook takes. Oh no, then you take and go g4.
Because we've got the g pawn, right?
Nice.
So you could go bishop f5. You could go e3. If you go e3,
I like
bishop
e3.
b7, what do you do? E3, bishop b7.
I totally saw that move.
You give like a
rook
rook check and play bishop c8.
No, but
feels
that's
like slightly
he's got 10
risky.
seconds.
What do you think of king e7 to d6 here? Is that at all risky?
So I was thinking about that. That there's this idea of taking on d7 and going bishop h3. Ooh, Nepo might still be creating chances here. Rook d8, king e7, though. Black is holding.
Mm-hmm.
And otherwise, black is ready to play e3.
Yeah, I think also rook d8, e3 might work out.
Yep. No, totally. I think black is watertight here. Rook e7, another idea to tie white down to the pawn. And he just closes his eyes and pushes. Rook f8, what a move. Oh!
By the skin of the teeth. He's got 8 seconds on the clock. He predicted it.
And that was the only square he could go to, because rook g8 allowed bishop to d5 with a skewer.
Mm-hmm.
h8 was undefended. e8 was defended by the bishop.
So now if king g2,
king e7,
king e7, cutting the king off, rook f8, king f8, king f3, king e7, king e3, king d6.
Literally by the skin of this. I mean, just tempo for tempo.
I would need 10 times as much time as Maxime to play this simple situation.
He's defending this so accurately. Another great move, king e7. Not easy to give up the pawn with check, but king d6 forks the bishop and the pawn.
Yeah. And then rook c3 is like a tricky move there maybe, but...
Look at Nepo, still trying.
Yeah.
But no.
Hey, he's won some... He's scored some points in positions where others would have either conceded the draw or resigned. You know, like the last game he drew with the bishop against rook.
And he's still trying. He's going to try to win the pawn on g5.
Cut the king off.
But you're not getting to that pawn. You're not moving your king up to h3 because it's cut off.
Yeah, he cannot get to that g pawn.
And now Nepo down to 36 seconds. Okay, still keeping the rooks on the board.
Mm-hmm.
This is purely for show at this point.
If I'm Maxime, I'm dreaming of checkmating on h1.
Yeah, if you get careless. Wait a second. Who's the one getting careless now? Rook e5 check? Oh, he's going to lose the pawn. But then rook f2 check. Black is attacking.
Yeah.
Oh, threatening me. Bishop e4. Oh, white has to give up the exchange, and it's still a draw. But oh my gosh. Only move. Rook takes e4.
Dreaming of checkmate. Dreaming of checkmate, right?
This is
we
totally
can always
a dead
dream.
Draw.
Wow. We can always dream.
Incredible.
And right now,
the incredible defensive effort. Go ahead.
Right now, the French dreaming of victory, right? He's got a 1-point lead. He did what he had to in this 5-minute section, survived some flashes of brilliance, and I'm happy with where things stand right now.
Yeah, I mean, MVL leading 5 points to 4. Jan winning the first game of the match. We thought he was going to jump out to an early lead, but MVL, he was stable. His opening choices have been good, David. I mean, he's basically doing everything he needs to be doing right now.
Yeah, and I would like to see more of him going for the Berlin endgame when the match resumes with a 3-minute blitz. I did not really like the Rookie 1 games, but he got a really juicy game the one time he went for the main endgame, and so hopefully we can have some more epic endgame battles here.
Indeed, and before we go on break, we wanted to wish you happy holidays from Chess.com. Right now, upgrade your Chess.com account to premium membership and get 1 month of premium free. You heard that right. Chess.com is increasing the 7-day free trial to an entire month for those who upgrade to premium membership right now through our website. That's 1 month of unlimited game review, unlimited puzzles, and a cute little emoji next to your username for free. Don't miss this limited time offer. Drop !LTO. That's !LTO in the chat for details and directions. Okay, more SEC action on the other side of this short break.
The strongest player, if you ask me, is gonna be Bishop and Kevin. Yeah.
I got Queen Jew. Now let me get my own gal. Let me get my own gal. I mean, you my big.
His mind, you know, some of the things that he see, I don't understand how he see it, but his mind just kind of works on another level.
But I've been introduced to this game since I was 6 or 7 years old, and I'm 58 now. Sit right there, baby. There's so many different locations they play the game at. But third one is the heartbeat of the game. That's the heartbeat of the game. And that's how I kind of try to view it. And then let the whole world know that this is happening in Houston. It's well overdue. That's been really my dream since I started chess. So you know, that's my purpose. It ain't so much to win. I love winning though. I ain't gonna lie. I like to win the game.
A storm is brewing.
You're never going to beat Hikaru at his own game, not in these positions.
Within the Tempest, the best have come to test their skills and brave the storm.
Magnus down to 5 seconds, gonna move.
Wait, oh, he missed it. Oh, he allowed a draw.
For some, this is familiar ground.
I've never seen Magnus play a move like that.
One second. Move.
For others, this is a fresh field to prove their prowess.
He misses me. Oh, he missed it.
The battles will be electric.
That is.
Oh, and Hikaru doesn't like that move.
Dagger.
The moves will be fast.
Oh my God! No, 97.
Tricked at the end.
The stakes will be high.
He just grabs his head. He can't believe it. He just gave away the pawn.
The 2022 Speed Chess Championship is now. Fasten your speed belts, my friends. We're in for a wild ride.
Welcome back to the Speed Chess Championship. GM Daniel Naroditsky and I am David Pruce, bringing you coverage of Jan Nepomniachtchi's match against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. The 5-minute portion is in the books. And David, as we take a look at our new Smarter Chess prediction, MVL, that 1-point lead, is now favored to win the whole match.
Yeah, I'm really surprised to see it move that far off of a 1-point lead. You know, I've had you telling me that that Nepo's probably a favorite in Bullet, and so I thought, you know, 1 point, it's like a close match, but maybe not quite a lead yet.
Yeah, I mean, I can see this going either way. What I can't really see this being a blowout. I think we're going to see more of the same, the 3-minute portion. We're going to see a super close match, back and forth. Their openings have been fairly even. I mean, neither side getting a big advantage out of any of the openings. So, you know, I can't wait to see what they bring to the table. We've got 60 minutes of 30-second, sorry, 3+1 chess to be played. I wish it were 30-second. Yeah. Unfortunately, not yet. Maybe next year.
You know, Nepo has a reputation in the chess world for like brilliance and streakiness, and sometimes, you know, going on tilt and like crashing out at the end of a tournament if it's not all going his way. But one of the things I wanted to like praise him for in this segment was just the resilience when he got into bad positions. Like, I have not seen him give up on a single game at any point. He's shown so much confidence and persistence in every position he's had. So today I see no chance of Nepo, like, you know, tilting or giving up on the match. If he won't even give up on a single game, you know, down to the last pawn, he's been just like a dog with a bone. So I think he's going to show us just a ton of tenacity today.
Yeah, and I mean, he seems to be enjoying the experience. I mean, we've talked about the fact that he seems to be all smiles, he's laughing, and that's a good thing. And I think, you know, we sometimes take things too seriously as chess players. It's not a bad thing for somebody to be enjoying their experience, having a good time. It doesn't mean he's not taking the chess seriously. The moves and the record say otherwise. Here they go.
Right.
3+1 time. We've got 60 minutes of it, and we have another Rookie 1 Berlin. MVL back to more of the same.
Oh, it went so well, my friend.
I know.
When you played the other line.
And now he's like, I miss Rookie 1.
What can we do? We're not their coaches. We don't get to pick their openings. But you said something really important there that I want to ask you about, Danya, which is about having fun. Do you have any feeling from your own experience of like when you're playing, you know, thousands of blitz games in your life, do you play better when you've got like a happy feeling? Is that something that you've noticed?
150%. I play better when I'm in a good mood. Like if I'm in a good mood because of, you know, non-chess related things, I like 100% play better. Like if I've had a good day or if I feel good, that totally translates. And conversely, if you're stressed out and you've got stuff on your mind, it is very hard. Some people can compartmentalize, but it is going to affect your play. So, you know, it just seems like Nepo's in a good mood today. And you know, we'll ask him about it if he wins the match. But I think it most certainly impacts your overall performance across many games.
Yeah, he really does look like he's having a lot of fun. I keep like thinking like it'd be great if he had some friends over. You know how Magnus sometimes streams.
I know Magnus. I was literally opening my mouth to say that.
Yeah, that's kind of like the feeling I have. I'm like, but then I was wondering, you know, I don't know if in the SEC you're allowed to have a bunch of grandmasters in the room with you, even if they're just laughing and drinking.
Yeah, no, totally. Okay, we have quite the shift in the position. What do you make of this structure?
I think this is the kind of thing that is good for Maxime to get. There's some lines here also where you play knight c3, knight d5, and sack the pawn on d4 in the Berlin, and that's also been a specialty where Maxime has done some of the innovation. So I think getting this kind of a situation with a messed up pawn structure for a really open bishop pair is right up his alley of what he wants, but has he got something ready for f6 here? I guess just g3.
Yeah. Back to g3 and say that you've induced a weakness. And of course, White's next move is rook d1. And this is where doubled pawns can actually be good. Like if you play c4 and Black plays d4, the other pawn can move up to c3 and challenge the pawn again. Yeah. So I actually kind of like these pawns. They can be used as battering rams to pressure the d5 pawn, which is a huge weakness in this. No, Black is seriously worse.
As Black, I almost want to lose that pawn. I almost want to play,
D7,
Bishop d7, Queen d5, Bishop c6. Like, please take that sick pawn. I don't want White to play Rook d1 and c4 and put their c pawn on d5.
Yeah, it's like take it with a minor piece or a heavy piece. Just whatever you do, don't take it with a pawn. Yeah. And instead, he is trying to keep the pawn. He's counterattacking the c pawn, actually. Bishop f5 is a good move. c4. Okay.
c4. All right.
So he
allows can't let that
Black
pawn
to
go
get
to
rid
d5.
of the pawn. Is he relying on the activity of his pieces? He's basically saying, "Oh, whoa, d4."
Okay.
Weird stuff happening here.
Yeah. Well, he has given up the pawn successfully. He may or may not take back on c2, but a7 is also dangling. That needs to be calculated as well.
I would take it. I don't see a I think Nepo might have even blundered that pawn.
Too many. That's too many.
He's blundered an a2 pawn in the past.
Yeah, that's the second time the a pawn's gone this in this match.
Well, Black is down a pawn. That's all
the dream is a5. The dream is a5, and Maxime calculates for a bit and thinks he can go for it.
And then put the bishop on b6, anchor the pawn to the bishop. The other pawn is nicely defended by the f1 bishop, so I think he's safe on the queen side. I think he's just going to squeeze this advantage out to a win.
Okay, if he can get to a5, bishop b6, I would be confident that in a slow game, it's a winning advantage.
As it is, given the time situation right now, Nepo down to 45 seconds. I've been very impressed with MVL's time management in this match thus far, and in the early going of the 3-minute portion.
Yeah. Okay, calmly gets rid of back rank mate.
Ooh,
in a way that favors his light squared bishop.
We've got all sorts of celebrities in the chat. Jeffrey Zhang, Levi Rosman is in the chat as well. Welcome, everybody.
Nice. That tells you what a match it is.
I know.
That tells you what a match it is if people are watching instead of doing their own show.
Unmissable. Look at that bishop on b6.
Yeah. Ultra
and there
defended.
Goes a6. Time for a passed pawn.
Yeah. I would have loved to torture the b7 pawn, with g3, bishop g2, but Black was going to lodge a bishop on c6 and it was going to be unassailable, I guess.
He's still going to do it, I guess. Bishop c6 is coming next. And White has to be very careful because the knight can jump out to f4 and then the blink of an eye, White's king could get caught on the crossfire because the bishops are not exactly in prime defensive position.
Right. I mean, you would say that c4, c5 move from White was pretty committal, right?
Yeah, MVL has now kind of realized, like, wait a second, I need to defend my king. And bishop f1 is a very wise move. Because you don't want to get checkmated here.
I'm not confident that we're winning anymore.
Whoa! Rook a7, counterattacking the queen.
Yeah.
This is kind of a 3-result game now. Like, rook e1.
Rook e1 would set up some checkmates. Not having it.
But he has rook e7. Good move.
He's like, I did want this to be a 2-result game at minimum.
Wait, takes a knight f3 almost works.
No way. Queen d8 to d3. But I guess that is almost.
Nice. I didn't see that though. Oh, he missed it.
He's going for some version of it. Has he blundered?
He blundered queen d8, queen d3, and David Proust refutes.
MVL's not going to miss this.
Again, they keep following my advice. It's twice now that they're going for my blunders.
Any French people in chat? Are they starting to get excited, or is it just the beginning?
I can't believe he actually that actually just
walked
happened.
into that one. that looked really implausible to me.
But it is easy to miss because you look at that queen on f3, you say, oh, there's no way to stop mate. Queen d8, queen d3, forcing the queen trade and keeping the extra piece. MVL, for the first time this match, is up by 2.
Back to the Najdorf.
I feel so validated that Nepo actually, repeated
fell
my
for
blunder.
it too.
When I do
All
lessons, when I give students a problem and they answer with the move that was played in the game, I always say there are good news and bad news.
Right.
Good news that you played like, whatever GM. Bad news
Right.
the GM
you played
blundered.
like Smyslov. Bad news, it's a game that you lost to Botvinnik.
Exactly. Okay, an endgame.
All right, an endgame, yeah. And he takes back with the G-pawn. That was interesting, rather than the bishop, trying to get a little bit more central influence.
Huh. C4. Looks like white is better here. D6 pawn is weak. White could meet this with F4, or you could play it more I mean, you don't even have to do anything. You have the B6 square. Kind of like in the last game. Bishop B6, A5
You can
again.
kind of do anything. Is there a world where I would want to consider B5, just trading off some pawns because I'm worse there?
You definitely would consider it. Yeah, B5 is a serious candidate move here. I would be worried about giving white the passer, though, especially because the bishop controls B6. I don't like this. I think black is clearly worse.
I don't know what to do when I'm worse. I just panic and play moves like B5. It's like, just tell me if I'm going to win or lose this game. Like
yeah, like get on with it already.
Yeah.
No, there's nothing worse than getting like tortured for 50 moves against the 2700.
So he repositions to C6, takes a page from Jan's defense in the previous game, which almost held up.
Which was almost yesterday.
Yeah.
I think for Jan, it actually was yesterday.
Rock solid. Did he just cross
serious.
The line? And we get your move F4 eventually. Unpleasant to deal with.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, black just has no real counterplay. Black kind of has to sit around.
In a blitz game, I would blunder into just centralizing my king on F7 at bishop H5 check.
Very easy to blunder that. And look at Jan, so technical, trading off black's only good bishop, leaving him with a dud on F8.
Ugh. Yeah, at least our king can come out now.
But you still got to win this. Like, black will hold. Ooh, rook takes C5. He didn't want to take with the pawn and allow the rook infiltration to D7.
Bad pawns block good files.
Oh, nice. Nice one.
Hanging on by the skin of his teeth. Bishop F4?
But then the rook takes D5 and the rook C5. And I think black gets both rooks off the board. I think it's a draw.
Yes. I agree. I agree.
So let me show this on the analysis board. Such a tempting move, right? Bishop F4, so natural. But after rook C5, you have to trade rooks because you're going to lose the A5 pawn otherwise. And here black has a fortress.
Yeah.
Just everything's defended. Sorry, you were going to say something.
No. That's great. What I was going to point out is that MVL is playing quickly despite the bad position this game. And he's even like leaning back and like taking a snack here. So I think one of the reasons that this kind of situation goes really badly for a lot of us is that we stress about all the bad things that can happen, get low on time. It's another way to lose other than lashing out, right?
Oh, totally. And actually, most of these types of positions are lost because players lash out because they can't sit around and wait. But top GMs don't really have this problem. And we take it for granted that they just defend so many bad positions successfully.
Look at that. The moment the bishop comes off C5, he's ready for it. It's like he's just got like the full vision of the board.
Yep. He did not wait an extra second. But the good news for white is that he can keep the rooks on the board. The bad news is that you're making
D5.
backward progress.
He has to worry about D5, but he's got rook E3 to E7 and bishop B4.
Oh, nice. And then king F4.
So white's not able to liquidate.
But he doesn't.
That last
black doesn't need to liquidate. I mean, rook E4, just put your rook there and chill.
Just hangs on.
White can't play B4. You'll drop the C4 pawn. I think bishop F8, bishop E7, or whatever. Bishop G5, even better.
That rook looks active enough to save the world on E4.
Saving black's position, that's for sure. Uh-oh. Don't give up the pawn on B3, though, Jan.
He's
Don't lose
trading
this game.
He's trading, but rook d6, king e5 is concerned. I think his plan was.
Oh no! King e5.
Where's he going?
Rook
if
d5
bishop c5,
check,
there's bishop
move.
e3. That would not be so good.
And if rook b6, also bishop e3. I think he has to go rook d5 check, but then king e4, and white is obviously much worse now.
Obviously, that king's going to get stuffed into the corner and worry about checkmates. Okay, so he plans to allow bishop c5 and then rook d5.
Yeah, so he'll give up the bishop temporarily and then win it back. He's still worse though.
Yeah, he's definitely worse. And black's got like a few things they can try here. Bishop e3 followed by f4.
I mean, you could take and then position the king on e4 and push white's king back to the first rank. I don't know if that's enough to win though. Probably not. Probably not.
Yeah, I think f4 is my feeling would be the next move here.
I like f4 a lot. It's a good way to keep the tension.
I guess there's rook d5 check, king e4. That feels dangerous for white, right? Like if we can get a pawn to e3 for black.
Ooh, he goes king f4. Interesting wrinkle.
Interesting. Choosing to go into g3.
And he could even move into h2. In fact, I would do that.
He takes his eye off the f5 pawn, so this is the moment.
Okay, a little repetition. Okay, he just decides. He decides not to pursue it, which makes sense. I mean, he held successfully. He's up by 2. Why press your luck, right?
Yeah, and he probably calculated some line and found a defense for Nepo and said, okay.
Yep. Draw.
Wait a minute. Okay. It's not the Berlin.
Berlin.
Not the Berlin. Doing my not the Berlin dance. Woo!
The Not the Berlin song made its way to the top 100 Billboard hits.
Yeah. Yeah, Kasparov would love that one.
Oh, for sure. Instead, they're going down another very topical line. I've had this a bunch recently. And the main move here is b4.
Right.
Yeah, knight c6, bishop g5. I just had this exact position
boom,
against.
Boom, 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 boom. Back and forth. They're fast. These guys are fast. 3 minutes left out of 3 minutes.
Yeah. But they both had this a zillion times in classical games. And knight d5. Okay.
Follow up c4.
Follow up c4 in most cases, or even a4 in some cases. But a4, a takes b4, and your rook hangs.
Yep. So Nepo stops it immediately. a5 stops all those moves.
Speedy Gonzalez here from Jan.
Queen a1. That's my contribution. Queen
I love
a1.
putting pieces on a closed file like this. It produces a nice aesthetic effect.
Yeah. Just tuck
her
in.
The most famous incident of that was Kasparov-Karpov, their last match game in '84, I think, when Gary puts his rooks on e7 and e8, and he's got a pawn on e6. And back then it was like shook the world. And he won that game to get the title. And now it's like, just same old.
Oh, yeah. That's how to play the hedgehog.
Yeah, exactly.
The doubling of rooks on the e-file was even more shocking than the queen in the corner.
Yeah. Yeah, it was mind-blowing. I mean, so many things were mind-blowing in the 80s. On and off the board. Now we're so jaded.
Yeah. Okay, he's planning knight a5, rook b2, c6, c4. He's trying to pressure along this file.
Yeah, rook b2 on the board. Queen e8's a nice move. Defend the rook so you can take on a4 or on c4.
Yeah, and it's critical. c4, bc4, rook b8 tags your queen. c4, bc4, bishop a5. There's rook b2 tagging your queen again. And if he plays bishop takes a5 just to get c4, he sacks the a pawn and he doesn't come out with any real advantage.
Yep. No, it looks like black has solved most of his problems. Still some residual pressure. Okay, time for a little truce.
Little h3, h6 time.
Mm-hmm. Just throw those moves in and now go back to fighting.
Solid. Nepo with a minute lead on the clock here, so he's kind of just saying like, sure, what you got, MVL? What you got? I'm feeling comfortable.
Well, MVL saying I got pressure on your b5 pawn. I got a doubled rooks on the b file. And a queen that's sort of nicely sandwiched between the rooks and the pawn. Despite the X-ray, the a3 pawn is pretty safe. The c4 square is controlled. I think the position is approximately balanced.
Uh-huh.
The
Wow,
knight
the
heads
big
for
reposition.
C5, and maybe even A4.
Yeah.
Rook A4,
Big
knight
decision.
B3, rook B3.
Wow, look at that knight go. Now that queen's not looking good on A2. I'm going to say
C5.
she's like stuck on the same file as that rook on A8. Does not feel very good. Is black considering C4 at some point?
Or even B4 and knight C3. Like if white plays knight D2, I think B4 is super strong. Oof.
B4, A takes B4, knight C3. That's the question that white is confronted with right here.
He's a
Plays
minute
knight
down.
D2. C3 would have been the other important question for white, trying to hold black off and make room for the queen.
He went D5 instead. He opens the second front in the center. And this way, he's also threatening knights. Yeah, he could still go B4 at some point, such as now. In fact, I think he very well might. And he does.
Oh my god, I've got a crazy idea.
Okay.
A takes B4, knight C3. No, it doesn't work because the knight takes on A2.
Get an analysis board out. Wait, what's the line?
I had a terrible idea to play A takes B4, allowing knight C3, and then B takes C5.
Oh, and if the rook takes on A2, then rook B8.
Yeah, if it were only the rooks. If it were only the rooks, but the knight's hitting the queen. And she's hitting the queen in the live position as well. We're getting an exchange sack.
But this is winning for black.
Before black played B4, I was starting to think of exchange sacks for white as an escape valve with rook takes B5, queen D5. But yeah, the rook should beat the knight on the open board here.
So it's very important. If white wins the C3 pawn back, then he's got drawing chances. I'm worried he won't be able to do that. Queen C6 here, queen E7. Queen takes C3, rook C8. So white's going to have to actually give up one of his own pawns, potentially. He goes knight A4, tries to prevent black from winning the A3 pawn easily. I think Nepo's going to pull this one out.
A3 is pretty easy.
I think Nepo's going to pull. He better pull this one out. He has to capitalize on this opportunity.
Yeah, I guarantee it. What? Okay.
Rook C8. That's his idea. I hope.
Rook C8. Oh, if only the queen were better defended, there'd be knight D5 to E7.
Oh, nice calculation. But queen B4, and again, MVL creating some difficulties here for Nepo. He missed queen B4. Uh-oh. Here we go with this again. Rook C5 might be forced. Oh, rook E8, great move. No discovered checks.
There is, yeah.
Queen G4. Queen G4. Oh, then queen C1, queen F4. The idea from the 2 games ago.
Nice. Holding it together.
He might still do it, though, and try to seek his fortunes in the endgame, but I think that's lost. Okay, yeah. I think this one's coming to an end pretty quickly.
Yeah, queen B5 would be the last question on that E-pawn. But he was ready to lift the rook.
G4, still trying.
They say as long as you've got a knight, there's a hope.
Especially in blitz, and that's 150% true. I've seen so many games. And listen, this is a 3-on-3 with an A-pawn. It's not over.
Yeah. Now that pawn traded, it's not completely over. I'm surprised by that pawn trade.
Yeah. I mean, Nepo's... I would trade and go rook A6 and try to win that A-pawn, and then I think it's a win. But it's not elementary.
He wants to put the pawn on H5 now.
It's totally not elementary to win this. The knight's super active. But it's winning.
Yeah.
King D4. Okay, Zugzwang, and then force F4, and then go back, and then, yeah, rook B3, etc.
Knight E2. The king tries to send it to H4. Keeps him out still.
But F5 is going to come at a very bad moment. Even here, F5, knight D4.
F4 check. Putting the king in a box, right? And then the black king gets the H4 square.
Just don't blunder knight E6. Okay, he allows it, but he sees that he can go king H4 and push the white king back to the first rank. This is over.
So Maxime decides to keep him out of the H4 square for the moment and holds up the defenses a little bit longer.
Still holding. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Jan's just kind of panning for gold, and now he trades, but... Okay, Eval Bar is showing that it's over. Oh, you can give the rook up for the knight, I think. Rook h2.
Now rook h2 seems to trap him. And then rook to f2.
I would have... Okay. Rook d2. Beautiful.
Ooh.
Great knowledge of theoretical endgames.
That was not easy.
I'll definitely... I think I'll show that, David, if you think that's just why that's winning.
Yeah, show it to us.
Because a lot of people might like, wait, I learned...
Position.
After king takes d4, first of all, it's important that black wins the pawn. You get shouldered. This is called shouldering. You keep getting pushed out and pushed out and pushed out. Eventually, you lose the pawn and you say, hey, but I've got opposition. But when the king reaches the third rank and the pawn reaches the fourth rank, it's still winning. King g3, king g1, f3, and then famously you go f2, zugzwang. For white now, king e2, king g2. You promote the queen. So famous, but nonetheless, not easy to remember this in time pressure. Jan heard from under pressure.
Yeah. It means the same rook versus knight by endgame, by the way, folks, with the pawns on f4 and f5 instead of f3 and f4. You could not ever sack the rook for the knight to win the king and pawn ending.
Good point.
Because the king and pawn ending would always be a draw, so that would be like an extra difficulty level. I think there's one thing we should learn from that. It's that even though the rook versus knight is like, technically winning in Super GM classical chess, in a blitz or bullet game, very few of us would have the technique to confidently put Maxime away in that endgame. He got it down to the last pawn.
No, it's crazy how close these GMs always come. They never die.
I think he can sack the exchange here.
It's very tempting for sure. Rook takes c3 is the classic. The classic.
Yeah. The trick is that after bishop b6, queen c6 defends the knight on e4.
Mm-hmm.
I think it'll be fine. I had that position recently, and it was really, really okay.
There he goes. And he follows up with d5, which is another...
Without knight e4.
Yeah.
He could have had the same position with Jan not having the pawn, I'm pretty sure. Like, exactly the same.
Yeah. A little bit odd. Definitely, probably not enough comp, like, objectively speaking, but practically, I really like this decision.
Yeah, so in this position, part of the idea is that, like, if you outpost this knight on c3, the rook on a1 is not a lot better than a minor piece.
Okay.
Hide the king from the tactics. Hide the king from the tactics.
Yeah, get it out of the diagonal. Okay, looks like white should be better here.
Yeah, I would think the smallest of edges to white here. Not quite sufficient. He looks... Oh, he's looking at bishop g5? She could already play. The problem is the knight needs a better square.
And after rook d1, the knight's going to be forced onto a better square.
Yeah, it's got to go towards f4.
Ultimately, the problem is that white has 2 rooks and black has 1. That's just an issue.
Fundamental.
Queen e4, maybe? Hit the pawn on b. The b7 pawn's actually quietly become a serious weakness. Because it can't move.
Yeah. Ooh, and a nice thing about this, it also covers h7.
Oh, so you might have some back rank action later on.
You have to be careful. Like, if your plan here is, knight e6 or g6 to f4 or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Knight c1. White now repositioning his knight. And obviously, most endgames are going to be in white's favor.
Yeah.
Especially here. I would not take on c2 and allow knight d3 at the end of the line. Both pawns are hanging. Not good.
Yeah. On the other hand, if black could snag the a5 pawn here, that is something I would be very interested in as black. That releases that losing scenario on the queen side where you drop the b pawn and then you lose. So that pawn I was very interested in. And MVL as well decides he wants to buy that one.
The downside is that white has now fully optimized his knight and his queen. And white's obviously going to win one of the pawns back. The question is which one? You could snag another pawn on c2 while you're at it. But then you allow white's rook to infiltrate the 7th rank unopposed.
Yeah, here, rook, this is the line I was calculating. And after rook c2, rook b8, your knight's forced back again. White gets knight e5, and it looks like you're just going to get your king defeated.
Yep. Rook takes c2. I mean, at this point, black has to go. Oh, what a move! Queen d2. You can't take it because of the back rank mate.
Did Nepo play like a really painful wrong move order here?
Well, the
by
thing
not
is after
playing rook
rook
b8 first.
Oh, now bishop e3, attacking the rook. I think he did, but white has rook b8. Oh, look at this. Queen takes g2 as the threat.
There's no time for knight takes g6 or knight takes f7 or anything
my God.
here.
I think white might have to. Apparently, white has a draw. No, white doesn't have a draw. White's worse because you don't have a good defense against queen takes g2 and rook c1. I'll show this really quickly. Boom.
That's insane.
Boom. Mate. Goodbye. Okay, back to the live position. Here we go.
You see how fast he pounced on queen d2?
Immediately. Immediately. And does he have rook c1? Another sucker punch.
Ow. Ow.
Another sucker punch. And rook c1, by the way,
bishop g1.
Rook c1 is an amazing move that's going to be underrated in like commentaries because that actually, without that move, I think white could even be winning. Like if you had taken on g1, then after rook b8 and knight takes f7, white was threatening rook h8 mate. So this is an important cog in the machine.
Yeah.
Holy smokes. It's over. Black's winning.
Oh my goodness. Reactions from the players. How do they feel?
Bishop takes
they look
g1.
normal to me. Just another day at the office.
Yep, just another mega queen sacrifice. And MVL makes lemonade out of lemons. I mean, that was crazy. And guess what? He's going to be up by 2 again.
That was a point he should not have had. I was ready to write him off. I mean, if rook b8 checked first, was it done or was there still a problem?
I think that's what he should have done, and this is checkmate. Well, knight g1, I guess, technically, but bishop takes g1.
The bishop goes back in the well.
Boom. Back to e3. Back to g1. Okay. The plot thickens. What a game.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a heck of a match, but it is looking tough for Nepo to keep up in the blitz portion.
Yeah, I mean, Nepo is just, he's on the receiving end of some incredible form by MVL thus far. And again, he's on schedule for being up by 2 or 3 going into the bullet, which is what I think he needs if he wants a serious shot at it. Okay, we have another kind of different version of the Rui Lopez. I feel like Nepo had this against Magnus in their World Championship. Fabi, by the way. Welcome to Fabi. He's in the chat as well. All sorts of royalty joining us today, David.
Nice. I guess beating Arjun got him really pumped for this event because he was watching yesterday too.
Nice.
And there is that feeling, Danya, when you're playing in a tournament, like if you lose your game, you just go up to your room and sulk. But if you win your game, you like walk around the tournament hall checking out other people's games.
Oh, totally.
Yeah.
Totally.
So Fabi was the first person. First one into the round of 8, and now he's like watching everybody else. Like, yeah, you guys are okay.
Yeah, okay. It's like when you knocked out the first recital, and now you're watching the other competitors.
Yeah.
And you're into the next stage. It's a good feeling. And if you lose, you don't want to check the tournament standings. You don't want to have anything to do with it.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's happening here? MVL trying to position a knight on f5. And the typical reaction by Nepo, but white's building up some serious heat on the king side. I like this for Maxime again.
Yeah, it feels a little scary for black to me. There's positional dangers long-term on d5 because he's kind of transposed around to a Rui / Najdorf structure himself. And then there are storm clouds on the king side. So,
yeah. Ooh, knight takes h6. What am I missing?
Yeah,
no,
he retreated out of the way of it, a move gone.
But this is tilt. This is the first time I'm sensing tilt from Nepo.
Now he opens up the bishop on d3. He needs to win a piece on the d file, or he will regret what he has just done.
And I think knight f5 can even be considered here for white, which basically takes f5, and that e-pawn, or that f-pawn rather, can advance to f6 once the queen moves away. I like knight f5 as a low-risk option here. And MVL has to capitalize on this brief tilt. The break cannot come soon enough for Nepo.
Okay. If I'm white, for some reason, I just want to defend my bishops. I want to play like, bishop c2 or rook 81 or something to cover them. But he plays your move.
Well,
no, sorry,
he
you were
takes
saying knight
d5.
f5.
I mean, you could play it now. He does. This looks winning. This looks basically winning.
Knight f4 is chaotic. I suppose after bishop takes f4, it's good enough. White will always be crushing in an opposite colored bishop scenario here.
Yeah, the queen's on the board for sure.
And now, do you go queen e4, or do you
take
first
on
and
then
G7?
Queen e4? I mean, I would take and go Queen e4 and try to force Rook h8 and then give a nice juicy check on d4. Bring the other rook up to a7. No, black is totally falling apart here.
This is the big chance. Big chance for Maxime
to
challenge Nepo's
like
confidence
here as well. Yep. And a 3-point lead. That's the big one. That's the threshold. And if you're Jan, you can't let the match get out of control in the second half of this portion. MVL is a great bullet player, obviously. Queen e4. Yeah. Wow, look at the time disparity. MVL down 2 minutes.
Yeah. Rook e4 trying to get the rooks involved.
And his idea is bishop d5. He has a check on g4, but I don't love what he's doing here. He's trading a bunch of pieces. Oof. I think that gives Nepo practical chances.
Yeah, the point of bringing out a rook was not to trade a rook, so he underestimated bishop f5, I want to say.
Still should be winning, obviously, with the combination of the extra pawn and black's ruined kingside pawns.
Yeah. Does he have rook a6 here? He doesn't go for it. Backs up the pawn. Oh, it gets to advance another square. Every square is a mile.
And now he forces the queen trade, but that doesn't mean it's totally over.
Right.
I would go
black
king
could play
f6
king
here
f6.
for black. Oh, but then you drop b4.
Oh, right. He's just going to take on b4. He doesn't have to take that. g4 and then king h2 g3.
Yeah, note that he didn't just take on f3. He wants to take on his own terms. He's going to be up 2 pawns. Yeah, this should be winning. Rook f4 and then take f7 and take f3.
Then f7 first.
Great technique at the end there.
That's 2 full pawns, and he's got the game in his sights. And I don't know. I got to ask the question. Maybe Jan played that a little bit too quickly that game, right?
No doubt about that. Especially blundering knight takes h6, and that is basic Betty right there. That's something he should never blunder. And he's hung a couple pawns this match, and he's staring down the barrel of a 3-point deficit, David. This is getting serious.
I think the little break in the middle of the 3-minute couldn't have come at a better time for Jan, because that was his only bad game of the match, that one just now. And now he's got a chance to quickly recenter and show us his toughness.
And we will see if he has that toughness in store. He has some coming back to do, and he will try to do it on the other side of this break. You are watching the Speed Chess Championship round of 16. We'll be back with more Nepo against MVL on the other side of this break. Stay tuned.
Check out Chess.com's newest mobile release for Android and iOS, now with Game Review. Game Review is a fast, fun, and instructive guided review of your games. See your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy. Check out the eval graph for an instant overview and scroll down to see how many great moves, best moves, blunders, and yes, brilliancies you have played. Learn from Chess.com's coach who gives move explanations, opening statistics, and shows you the best lines of play. Use retry mistakes to get another shot at finding missed opportunities. Game Review is available today on both Android and iOS. Download our app and try it yourself.
welcome back to the Speed Chess Championship. We are watching Jan Nepomniachtchi taking on Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in another round of 16 matchup alongside international master David Pruss. David, it has been all entertainment thus far. We could not ask for a higher quality match as MVL leads by 3 points.
Yeah, usually I'm not a huge fan of swindles. I like to see the person with the advantage kind of convert it beautifully. But that game with Queen D2, which really surprised me, and I think was really the point that that Nepo let it get away. That was still a beautiful move, Queen D2, in the follow-up sequence with the bishop to G1, and that Queen G2 checkmate threat that you came up with, and that Maxime obviously also came up with. That was just really scintillating and electrifying for me. So I think Maxime really lit Nepo up with that. I think, there was a little bit of a shock felt when he stole that point.
No, that was gorgeous, and I need to make a small correction. I mentioned that MVL won the SEC. He has not won the SEC, but he came very, very close in 2020. That was the year I think he defeated Magnus. He lost to Hikaru Nakamura in the finals. I mean, no shame in losing to Hikaru Nakamura, obviously.
If that's a shame, everybody can be ashamed, right?
Yeah, literally every person in the world has something to be ashamed about. He is the reigning World Blitz champion, and you do not win that tournament by accident. So one of those guys who's just consistently underestimated alongside Fabi. And let's see if Jan can untilt himself, kind of maintain his composure, and chip away at this lead. He might not be able to tie the match, but if he can bring this down to 2 or even 1, he'll be really happy.
Yeah. And I'm going to predict that he will. I think he's looking loose. I saw him bobbing a little bit on the break. I think he's fine. No problems. He's going to shrug it off. It was one brutal swindle and one bad game. But I think he's going to be coming right back at it. And he's choosing a new approach to the opening as well here. Our first game with knight f3. He started the match off with some d4 games. Then he switched to several e4 games.
I like this. I think that's what you need to do. You need something fresh, a new type of position, a little bit of inspiration. And here we have kind of a Queen's Gambit accepted type of structure. In fact, we could get a transposition to a Queen's Gambit accepted. Usually black plays b5, and white can take on c5, sometimes goes d5, and sometimes just keeps the tension, as Jan does here.
All right, so
Queen c2.
The queen eyes c5 and c6. Black's going to need to play a move that defends those squares a little bit. Either bishop b7 or queen b6, something in that direction.
I think the other idea is to play dc and then knight takes b5. So MVL tries to defend everything at once with queen b6.
Right.
But the downside is that doesn't develop a minor piece. And yeah, d5. Yeah.
I think
white strikes in the center and black is lagging on the king side.
Yeah, that's the big risk of queen b6 versus just bishop b7 and castling with the queen still on d8. But I guess he was worried that without queen b6, maybe something like dc5, bishop c5, knight b5 would be enough, even with knight defended on c6, that he might drop a pawn. Now Nepo, I mean, he's got some immediate tactical threats. He also has the possibility of just playing, e4 with a central majority.
And with his last move, queen to e4, he was preventing black from castling. If black had castled, bishop takes c6 and queen takes e7 would have won a piece. So MVL trying to reshuffle, rejigger his pieces here to be able to castle. It's easier said than done, though.
Right.
Bishop takes d5, rook takes d, and then even if you do castle, doesn't necessarily solve all of your problems.
Right, he's going to do some unusual work with this rook here. Now we also got to watch out for the rook on a8 in this position. We still can't castle because of queen e7, but on every move, we got to watch the tactical options for that rook.
Yeah, knight e6, rook takes c5, snags a pawn. So maybe rook c8 is worth considering here. Not an easy move to play. Love queen g6. Attacking the source of the problems.
That's right.
Yeah, rather than the symptoms.
Nice. Rook f5.
No.
Very challenging move. He wants to follow up, if possible, with knight e5 after something like rook c8.
For sure. Knight e5, queen e6. Black's queen zigzagging around the 6th rank and doing a damn good job of it, too.
That rook is certainly weird.
h4. Trying to go h5. Get off me. he says to the black queen.
Wow.
Queen's like, no.
Now, rook d5, queen g6, rook f5 would be humorous. I don't like the Berlin draw, but I've never seen this one. So, yeah, rook d5, queen g6, rook f5.
We might get that. Although I think Jan's going to be a lot less keen on the repetition, given that he's down by 3 and he's got the white pieces here. I think he's going to go rook f5 and then move his queen.
It's weird. His queen can't back up from here because the g6 queen is covering the squares. He's putting a lot of effort into it, and Maxime thinks he's got it dialed in. All right, queen to g4. That's a good area of the board to be in.
Yeah, but now white is probably worse.
This can also go wrong for white because those pieces could be weird. That queen and rook.
Yeah, and black could try to set his c pawn in motion, but again, that is also easier said than done because white can bring the bishop up to c3. So the big question to me is whether white will be able to make something of this concentration of pieces, or is it, as you said, going to be end up as a drawback?
h5. Played largely against black playing g6 here. I don't think we're going to see white play h6, g6 under the present circumstances.
Bishop h6. He was, king h8. Now he's got to move the bishop back.
Refuses.
Throws in knight e5 first. Now he's got to move back. Probably to e3. Stop knight d4. Crazy position. Just weird play all around.
Yeah.
Bishop e3 played. What now for black? Is he going to go knight d4 anyway?
For white, I really want to play moves like knight g6 check, so I'm looking at rook f7, and I really need g3, king g2 for the tactics to work out as far as I can see.
Yeah, if you had a rook on h1, that would empower you in a big way.
Yeah, even just
knight
having
g6
access.
would always work.
Yeah.
Bishop d6.
Defends e6 extra with the queen.
Yeah, good point. Okay, knight back to f3, maybe trying to push e5. That doesn't do all that much. The bishop just moves back. Now he goes h6. Ooh, poking and prodding. Rook ad1. This is getting unpleasant for black.
Yeah, it's been intense. How's he doing? He's got 30 seconds on the clock. That's not a lot. It's not a lot. Bishop's amazing on c3.
Oh, the best piece on the board. Queen h4, queen f6. Queen h4 ends it, I think. Because you're also pressuring the rook, so the knight can't move. Oh, that's it. That's game right there. Wow. Just look at how his pieces are arranged in the final position. Just everything is on a perfect square.
Yeah. And it forces a bloodless resignation, right? No captures, no checks, no tactics, just
equal material.
Took over.
He crushed him that game. And it seemed like MVL was, on the mend, but all of a sudden, within the span of 3 moves, Jan reinvigorated the attack and it was just over.
Yeah, MVL played one sort of loose move thinking there was no threat coming, which was c5, c4. And then Jan sort of swung around the bishop to c3 with the pawn on h6, and suddenly it was terminal. If the pawns had still been at c5 and b5, there would have been b4 as a resource for black. So there was one loose move there where Maxime thought he'd escape the danger.
But little did he know, it was all part of the plan. Okay, Jan cuts the lead down to 2. This is a big game. Very big game. 18 minutes left on the match clock. In the 3-minute segment, we'll have 30 minutes of bullet to conclude the match after this. But these are really decisive games. We have another different opening. This one's sort of very non-theoretical, kind of a modern double fianchetto. Generally, white's slightly better in these structures, but Jan is the kind of KG player who does well with black here.
Yeah, and he's got a pretty acceptable version of it. He's managed to grab a bunch of space on the queen side without any disaster. He didn't allow an early e5 or d5 that was good for white. My personal feeling is anytime you come back from a little break, you need to score a point again to sort of start over on the match and believing on yourself. So even though Maxime has the lead in the match, they take a short break, they come back, Nepo wins a game. It's like Maxime needs to win a game in order to have a good 30 minutes here.
Totally. And the way this game is going, it's not very reassuring. I think after queen takes f3, knight d5, white is going to have a very hard time defending the e5 pawn against the knight and the bishop. I think Maxime just missed bishop takes f3. Very strong intermezzo by Jan, and he's better. And he's up on time again.
My instinct is there should still be a way for white to be okay, but not something I'd be willing to do. I'd rather just lose my e5 pawn. Just you can have my e5 pawn. I'm not.
I'd rather get my finger. I mean, this is just like ugh. I mean,
and he drops the pawn on the queen side.
Now, what MVL is saying, he's got some stuff in return. Let's not. Yeah, I mean, this is more double-edged than it seems.
Yeah. He's saying he kept the bishop on g7 out of the game for now. So we're going to see Jan trying to still focus on the f4 square here, right? Queen h4, bishop h6 is on his agenda.
Yeah. And if the black queen moves away, then h4, h5, somehow these pawns, as a standalone unit, are not that bad. But here we go. g5, great move by Jan. And this is disgusting.
Yeah. Now he's established his advantage beyond a shadow of a doubt. There's some random pawn mass for white on the king side that's not very mobile. And he's got, 2 knights in the 4 center squares, an open fianchettoed bishop, and a passed c-pawn.
Yep.
That's a list.
That's quite a few advantages. MVL trying to wheel his way out of it, but now he might have to go f4, trying to preserve the pawn structure. Now he's down another pawn.
Yeah. But he did the thing you told me about, like when it's going completely wrong, mess something up. Don't just let yourself lose in the obvious way that your opponent's already sort of pictured.
No, you have to shake up the situation.
So here, bishop b7. He's thinking a while about it, though.
And then rook c7 would fall into bishop takes a5. He takes it on a5 immediately.
That's why he was thinking. He thought it might already be a spot.
Black might want to sack an exchange here, but that's quite the decision. Rook takes c6 and knight takes f4. Also, let's not forget, white has this passed a-pawn, which could run up the board really quickly.
If we're sacking an
great
exchange,
job here.
I'd rather just play knight f4.
Oh, you're right.
And recapture on d8, because I'm concerned I need to be able to break the e5 square as black.
Great call. It's on the board.
And now opposite colored bishops as well gives more attacking chances. Rook d2 kind of ideas. White absolutely can't allow black to get that active.
Rook d2 it's a mate threat.
But rook d1, we trade and take e5 and everybody's out.
Rook e4 instead. Now maybe rook f1.
But has MVL succeeded in making it a 3-result position, in your opinion? Like,
totally.
Are there scenarios where he just randomly wins with the a-pawn now?
Oh, 100%. I mean, Jan's... In fact, I would say that white's probably not worse at this point. I don't know exactly where Jan's big mistake was, but the game has turned around largely. I think it's now just unclear.
Wow.
Anybody's
game.
Maybe
it was rook a c8. Like, it looked so innocent, right? But bishop b5 to c6. He plays rook c8. And maybe he didn't see that MVL could grab on a5 there.
Yeah, he probably blundered another pawn. Well, now his knight is hanging. It's not easy to find a good square for the knight. And most importantly, white's king is now not just safe, but an actual attacker.
Yeah. And
don't go rook
f3, up his time
though.
Advantage.
There's knight h4. Still dangerous.
Bishop
actually, knight
e8.
I didn't like king g2, by the way. I think after knight h4, king h3. Wait, king h3.
Yeah, g2, bishop d3 defends f1.
And that's what he missed. Oh, Nepo might have walked himself into another very nasty situation. I don't see how you actually save the piece here.
What is he supposed to do now about the knight and the rook?
Apparently, rook e3 is the only move, but then white takes and takes g3.
Oh, to play g2, g1.
White should win that anyway. Unbelievable.
All right, Jan, you got to find that. Come on, man. You want to win the match? Be a genius.
But the problem is, even after that, like, white can just take the pawn on g3. He goes g2, no, but this is losing.
Oh, that's
This has to be losing.
That's it. That's it for this game. Is that it for the match? I don't know. But now I've got like a feeling like MVL is going to be confident through the rest of the 3-minute portion.
I don't know if the game is totally over, though. A4, bishop d2, just in time to stop the pawn.
Mm-hmm.
He's still hoping for a fortress here. In fact, how's he getting the
trapped.
rook out? He's untrapping it, though.
Untrapping it. And
No,
he's
it
saying,
should be
like,
winning.
are you willing to play bishop g5 and let this pawn get to a8? No.
Well, you can take and go back to d2. Coming around to a8 and pushing the a pawn.
Yeah.
He doesn't care about any of his other pawns. In fact, there are no other pawns.
Yeah. No.
There's just one of them.
He has shown that he absolutely doesn't care about them.
But
So
a7, king f6.
Oh, you're telling me he wasn't locked into taking it?
Nope. f4, Jan, it's actually a 3-result game
Oh
still.
my goodness. He's amazing at saving these.
I know, it's crazy, but I don't know what the evaluation is. f3, it's a total 3-result. c3. Oh, Black might win this. Black absolutely might win this. Oh, and
he's bailing out.
Up a piece. It's a
he's
draw.
He's trying to bail out.
It's knight d6, king e5. Oh, barely.
Oh
barely
my lord.
Holds it. Woo.
Now that's some
save.
resilience. That's some resilience right there.
Honestly, an incredible save. And it's a shame that he's still down by 2. Like, that kind of game should earn you like 2 points.
Yeah.
But it's just a draw.
In this case, it's half a point. I mean, they each had an incredible save. MVL found his moment with bishop b5, bishop a5, when the game was going completely south.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to forget. Nepo was winning out of the opening in that game. It almost feels like it was a different game, but no, that was the same game where MVL took on f3 with a pawn, causing reactions from us.
I predict that MVL is going to come out of this opening okay this game.
I agree with your prediction.
This is going to be an opening success. Is he going to castle queenside to defend that b-pawn?
Maybe white has a tiny little something here.
Given a chance to play. I thought maybe bishop f6 was going to come last move, but it didn't. So now rook e8, he would castle queenside. So MVL is thinking about bishop g5.
Bishop g5 to cut off access to the c file and to prevent castling.
Yeah. Okay, he allows it. So now, is there anything with bishop f5 or is there nothing?
Bishop f5, I guess bishop d3.
He straight up allowed that. Yeah, that point there would be to then give the bishop check, trade, and get the rook to e2 at least.
Nice calculation. I like that idea. He gives instead a check on c8. But that seems like a paper tiger, that rook.
Yeah, that's random. Now the a-pawn's hanging. Must be attended to. White's got an edge.
Big edge. And the e-bell bar keeps growing. Black's going to lose a pawn here.
Which
pawn?
MVL
playing
which
very
pawn?
Playing very loose. Yeah, which pawn? Wait. Why didn't he take on d5 there?
Because he missed back rank mate. He just didn't see the back rank mate. He was going too fast, man. He's got 2 minutes and 50 seconds out of 3 minutes. He can't see everything.
Weird. But he's still, I mean, he still has great winning chances in this endgame. But these are the misses that he just can't afford when you're down by 2, you know?
Yeah.
You got to capitalize on these opportunities.
Yeah.
But he might still win this.
Yeah. Black's got to absolutely scramble for rook activity here. There's no other solution to positions like this.
Mm-hmm. Okay, king d4, centralizing his king. Rook c5 is an idea.
Maxime has saved some terrible endgames today. We just got to say, he has saved some bad endgames. He prepares rook a5, king e5. That was slick to come right back.
The resilience has been off the charts. No question about it.
Yeah.
Okay, king e3. Now, don't go rook e6 and allow king d4.
Yeah. It's a fight over this f4 move. And he had to calculate quickly there. King e5, f4, rook d5. And that rook and pawn ending looked bad for black. So he played g5 instead.
Yeah, and he's basically holding the forward. He's saying, hey, you can't make progress. King d4 always met with rook f4. You can't play g3 because you drop f3. And rook a5, as you pointed out, king e5. Looks like black is surviving, so maybe this is why it's only chance. Infiltrate and try to go from the backside.
So I'm thinking h5, h4 for black, because that h7 pawn's a little bit vulnerable. But I guess he figures he always has h6, so he prioritizes advancing the king. And he's saying, you know, if you play a move like rook h8, he can just play rook c6, you know. Any chance he gets, he'll just take over that file and go active.
Yeah. Rook a7, finesse with the rooks.
Tagging
Could
the
play f5, and he does. Now don't go rook g7. And then allow king f6 with a discovered check. I've seen GMs blunder like that before.
He's preparing the king march to g3 if things go his way.
Back to e7. Funny thing is rook g8 here doesn't even threaten. Well, actually, it kind of does threaten the pawn.
With rook g5, king f6, king f4.
King f4, yeah. And then you actually win the other pawn in f5.
Yeah. The thing is, if he ever allows black to play d4, like if he plays a move like rook g8, I think Maxim's going to play d4 check king f4.
And sack the pawn. So you can
sack the
E2.
pawn. And then he's got, you know, rook e2 or rook e3 to a3. And
quietly, MVL might be taking over the initiative here. I mean, Jan might have played this in too cavalier a fashion.
He can go rook c7 here, among other options.
And look at this. The king is cut off. The black king's getting to c3. And white's the one who has to be careful now at this point to hold the draw. But I think he's going to. Rook c8 and rook d8. This is the classic method of not allowing progress in this position. King d1. Is he going to try?
It's a good rook and pawn endgame lesson there. Maxim really played some fantastic defensive moves.
Oh, and he wants more.
Yeah, he wants more. He's feeling
win.
good. I mean, he can't lose. He could always go back to repeating.
Oh! I think he's going to win. King f3, there's king e1. And now there's rook e4. He's going to win the pawn. King c2.
King c2 to d3. And a bridge? No, no.
Yeah, not quite.
Not quite.
Where is the win? Is it rook c4? Is it rook d4?
Ooh. Just playing
this
to play king c1 to b1. So you've got to play rook c8 now and give up the f pawn, and then you're just
it's over. Then you build the bridge.
Then
you build the bridge. It's over. MVL is gonna win.
How did he win that endgame?
That is honestly unreal. That is totally unreal. Totally unreal.
Nepo was too adventurous with rook g8. I think he just needed to keep his rook behind that isolated d pawn. Once Maxim had the space with h4, king on e5, you have to switch to realizing even though my rook is active, like black's position's just good.
Yeah. No, but I mean, that honestly was just I can't wrap my head around the fact that he won. A draw, I understand. But to turn that into a win is without even a big blunder from Nepo. It's not like he made one single blunder. He got outplayed. He flat out got outplayed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
All right. So he goes back to the Pirts. Goes back to the Pirts. And this time, Maxim's got a better position out of the opening than last time. I think he can just play c4 and trade on c4 here.
c4 and trade on c4 and try to give black the bad pawns on the queen side.
Yeah. Wow. Something special.
Knight c3. That was a blunder. He blunders a piece. He just flat out blundered a piece before. Goodbye.
Oh, and we see a reaction from Maxim.
That was really the first of these in the match. Whew. Knight c3, allowing b4.
Wow.
And he's not going to resign. He's going to try to come back in this game, but I mean, he's down a full piece here.
Yeah.
For no comp.
Nothing. Queen e4, no.
Okay, getting their pieces out here.
Yeah, look at that bishop on A2. Oof.
Rip.
Not doing
with
anything.
Such a bishop, you're already down a piece. Now you're basically down 2.
Yeah.
And they might very well get another game. I think MVL might simply resign this.
Yeah. I guess it's an option for him to run out the game and go to bullet.
Which I actually kind of like. I think that option should be seriously considered. And maybe that's kind of what he's doing.
Yeah.
So the fact that he's not resigning here is a clear sign that he's trying to run out the clock, but we'll see. Maybe he'll just lose hope and just say, all right, enough of this.
Right. That'd be sad if like you can't even run out the clock.
Yeah. No, now he can mathematically run out the clock. He's got more time than the match clock.
Mm-hmm.
F4, Queen G4. Okay. Attacking the rook.
But it's not over because rook E1, because the rook's hitting the knight on D7. So he finds the right combination of moves. Those knights are still tied up.
Oh, that is a nasty move right there. Sinking the knight into F3 potentially. Oh, and Queen takes G3 is going to mate him. And this is where we find out if MVL wants to milk the clock.
F2.
Oh, still fighting.
Taking the other knight.
Oh, wait a moment. Oh, knight E1. Queen takes E1. He wants queen takes G3. Just wants to win all his pawns. Interesting.
Okay.
Wow. Good stuff from Nepo. I like it. No, Nepo's definitely trying to milk out the clock. Or MVL, rather.
MVL is, yeah.
Queen E2, still trying.
Oof.
Now, watch him do all that and then resign with like 2 seconds left on the match clock. Rook takes C5. Where's the win? It's mate in 11, apparently.
Really? I only see an extra knight. I don't see any mate in 11s.
I don't either.
If I try to start checkmating, I'll play something like knight H5, queen takes queen.
Or I would go queen takes queen. Oh, knight G4 check. What a tempting check. And then king takes H3. You lose the knight. But king G7 was an amazing move.
Yeah, he holds H3 and he holds G2. 7
C5.
Seconds left.
Yeah, that's it.
The bishop
He's going
starts
to resign,
emerge.
but that is the last game of the match. Time is up. Of the 3-minute portion, of course.
Yeah, can't stop knight G4.
Still fighting.
Still fighting.
The rook's coming in either to
Still
D1 or to
working for the
D2,
mate.
and it's over. Yeah. This is official. That's all she wrote.
All right.
Okay.
Well, it also allowed him to put that blunder 3 minutes in the past.
Yep. It did. And he runs out the clock, which I think is totally the right strategy. And he moves to the bullet with a 2-point deficit. Not the way he wanted to end, David. That was a 1-move piece blunder. Imagine if he had won this game, it would have been a 4-point lead. But he's got to put it in the past. He's got to celebrate the fact that he's 2 points up with 30 minutes of bullet left to play. It's going to be an epic finale to the match, isn't it?
Yeah, I think if I had black that last game, I might have just like straight up resigned on the piece hang and got one last game with white in the 3-minute portion. But given that it was a blunder in the opening with white, what's the joy in resigning and then risking another game with black? So he keeps the 2-point lead, and we'll see if he can hang on to it in the bullet.
Yeah, it was totally the right strategy. We will indeed see whether MVL can hold on to his lead. Don't go anywhere. We'll be bringing you more SCC coverage of this epic bullet segment on the other side of this short break.
International Master Danny Wrench, Chief Chess Officer, back again with more chess terms here for you today. We're going to talk about the passed pawn. The passed pawn must be pushed. You hear it said often, and that's because just about every endgame you see that isn't a blowout often comes down to maybe someone's up 1 pawn, or maybe even just the first person to create a passed pawn is the person who goes on to win that game. We're going to talk about what the passed pawn is and define it for you in today's video. Let's do it. What is a passed pawn? A passed pawn is a pawn that has no enemy pawns stopping it from moving forward. That means pawns either on the file in which it resides or on the adjacent files that would therefore capture the pawn should it advance. So if a pawn has none of those things stopping its way, then it's time to push them, baby, as our boy Yasser would say, and as you hear mentioned on many broadcasts that you would watch on Chess TV. And on that note, as we look at our game examples we like to do, this is taken from Tomaszewski versus Rajava. Here, white plays the move b5 exclam, which highlights, again, it's not how many pawns you have, but who's going to be threatening to get a queen first. After black takes it, white pushes forward with gusto, and because the rook can't blockade the pawn due to the light square bishop, this game is already over. Black is going to have to sacrifice the bishop for the pawn on b6, and white would simply be up a minor piece. Note that after the first move b5, should a takes b5 have been played, white would have pushed this pawn and then trapped the rook on a7, showing the power of the passed pawn. As with it protecting the bishop, this rook is completely out of the game, and white would easily go on to win, picking up pawns and just flexing the rook's muscles over the bishop for the rest of the game. So here we see a passed pawn being used as a weapon to just cramp down and trap all of your enemy pieces. So this has been another Chess Terms video. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope you're enjoying all of them. And with that, I will sign off, hoping that you learned something about what a passed pawn is, and we'll see you around on Chess.com.
A storm is brewing.
You're never going to beat Hikaru at his own game, not in these positions.
Within the tempest, the best have come to test their skills and brave the storm.
Magnus down to 5 seconds, gonna move.
Wait, oh, he missed it. Oh, he allowed a draw.
For some, this is familiar ground.
I've never seen Magnus play a move like that.
One second. Move.
For others, this is a fresh field to prove their prowess.
He misses me. Oh, he missed me.
The battles will be electric.
That is.
Oh, and Hikaru doesn't like that move.
Dagger.
The moves will be fast.
Oh my God! No, 97.
Tricked at the end.
The stakes will be high.
He just grabs his head. He can't believe it. He just gave away the pawn.
The 2022 Speed Chess Championship is now. Fasten your speed belts, my friends. We're in for a wild ride.
Welcome back to the Speed Chess Championship. Jan Nepomniachtchi and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave are contesting a fascinating match, commentating alongside International Master David Proust. David, 30 minutes of bullet to go. It's a 2-point lead for MVL, and the stakes could not possibly be higher. The prize pool is pretty mouthwatering.
Yeah, $100,000 total prize pool for the Speed Chess Championships main event here. You can see the breakdowns by matches, but in the finals, it's a $20,000 match. It'll be the same format that everybody's watching today. 3 hours of blitz and bullet. It'll be $20,000 on the line. It's always split between the winner getting half and then another half being split by percentage. So the winner, walks away minimum with 75% of the money per round.
Yeah, and of course the fact that 2,000 is split by win percentage means that even if the match is decided, there's still plenty to play for. But this match is anything but decided. Jan has 30 minutes to erase this 2-point lead. If the match ends in a tie, they will play a 4-game 1+1 tiebreaker, but we'll cross that bridge if we get there. Fasten your speed belts. We are off, and Jan has the white pieces in game 1 of the bullet. And once again, this knight f3 c4 approach by Jan. I don't like what MVL is doing in the early going, kind of allowing a Benoni.
Yeah, he fianchettoed the wrong bishop if he knew that this was going to be a Benoni. So this one should be fantastic for Jan. The bishop can't even get to g7 because d6 is already in agony. And
I don't really know. Yeah. I don't know why I allow b5, though.
Because it just doesn't even matter by this point, I guess.
Yeah, your pieces are so good. Okay, bishop h6, trying to prevent it from castling. The downside is that you've traded off one of your greatest assets. He wants to push e5 potentially and open up the e-file if black doesn't castle.
Black's going to have to try the very, very wild plan of castling queenside this game, I think. Which does exist in the Benoni. It's very, very rare.
But you've seen it before?
I think it's time to resort to it, yeah. Instead, he wants to play rook g8 to g6.
And trap the queen.
Yeah.
And how do you... you might have to orchestrate f4 in order to prevent that. So knight e2 or something, rook f1, but not moves you play, voluntarily.
Yeah.
He goes h4. Okay, so he...
Did you see the chess 960 game where there was a queen on a1 and bishop on h8? And after like b3 or b4, Magnus played g5.
Oh, g5. I did see g5, yeah.
Yeah, that's what this g5 from Maxime reminds me of. Oh, look at that. Queenside castling in the Benoni.
Oh, eval bar
had that
gyrating back and forth. Queen back to e3. Looks like white's much better here. That c3 pawn is more of a sitting duck than a strength. I don't know about a4, though. Oh, and now rook c3 may be coming in.
Or queen
in a
b2.
Bullet game, and black is up 20 seconds as well.
That is a lot of time.
Queen. C1 queen.
You can just queen. Yes,
just
but first
promotion.
But first knight d7 to avoid rook a6 or bishop a6.
And look at that move. Queen c3, surgical precision to force the queens off the board. And now it's over. He's up a full rook. And you're already in a territory where you need to conserve every second. I would resign here, straight away.
Down a rook and down a couple points. Yeah.
Although... no reason for MVL to allow knight f5, but still he's totally winning.
Goes for the base on d6. King should just unpin rook b4, knight c5.
Still kicking. Rook g8 maybe? Oh no, but then that drops d6.
For some definition of kicking. I think king c7, keep bringing the king back towards the side of the board that has pawns.
But then white would control the g file with the rook g2. Jan's trying to get his knight back around to c6.
Yeah, I don't see the point down a rook. This is not going to go anywhere for him.
And he just milked another minute and a half off the clock ever since he lost the rook, and now he resigns. It's
very
a 4-point lead.
Very precise.
Sorry, it's a 3-point lead.
Maybe MVL should have slowed down a little bit there. Oh, you want to play this out down a rook? Let me think for 1 second on each move I play. But he was just banging it out, making a statement about the sports equivalent he has.
In American football, when you're running out the clock, there are situations when you don't want to make the touchdown immediately. You want to wait at the end zone to milk so that the opposing team doesn't get the ball back.
They have to force you into the end zone. You're kind of running back and forth on the 1 yard line.
Exactly. Oh, he dropped a knight. Oh, Giannis, totally. The wheels have come off completely.
Oh no!
Just got his knight trapped in the center. The wheels have come off.
That could be that could be the match. If Maxime can stay focused and take this game home cleanly.
Which he should be able to. He's up a full piece, no comp. Queen F2. I mean, he's in a zone right now, is Maxime. I don't like bishop takes c5, but still up a piece.
So he's either in a zone or he at least has his extra piece. Yeah. I would want the knights on the king side.
And he's doing just that. And Nepo preventing him, though. This is obviously not a situation I would resign in. Still chances for black, for sure.
Yeah, this is a piece for a pawn. The other was like a rook
for nothing. Yeah,
not a zilch. Gives him the e4 square for the knights.
Oh, knight's coming to e6. That's gonna be nasty. Nastier than my voice right now.
More
96.
precision. He wants to trade rooks and keep that f pawn on f4.
It's over. Rook takes e3. Queen takes e3.
Oh, he's even going to take it with the queen as well.
Oh, and now it's a 4-point lead. I spoke
Faster
too soon in the previous game.
4-point lead.
Uh-oh.
In the chat, the French must be going crazy now because now it's looking overwhelming. It's looking like
well, you're entering like must-win territory at this point. 24 minutes is an eternity in an SEC match. That's
sure.
You know, that's a ton of time. They're going to play way more than 4 more games. And all it takes is 2 wins. You think about it, 2 wins, it's a 2-point match all of a sudden. And Jan is off to a great start in this game. He's much better in a King's Indian. Let's see if he can put this one home.
I'm just saying he's hit that point where if he like makes the comeback, you will be going, wow, what a comeback.
Oh, for sure. No, if he makes a comeback, this will be like among the best. 4-point comeback in the last segment is big. Oh, well,
D6
I think
is really bad. D6 is really weak.
I would have thrown in bishop c7, maybe even now. Goes back to e3, allows f4 with tempo. I don't like that at all. Again, he's allowed counterplay.
He's going to throw an exchange at it.
What is he doing? He's going to get himself mated. No, but he's completely like, he's just not in control of any of these games. He's played terribly this segment.
Thinking about knight e3 for a bit.
No, but look at this. Bishop on h3, queen on f3. White's hanging by a thread. And MVL can just bring his rook to the king side if he wants. That's the simple approach.
Right.
Also, bishop f6, bishop g5 looks good. Ugh.
Wow, we get a really non-standard... What?
Well, was
that on purpose?
Because I think so, yeah. He's trying to take b7 and promote his a-pawn. It makes sense, actually. I don't think it's going to save him, but I think it makes sense.
The king finds a good square, so now he's not part of the problem. And now it's up to the bishop to get its way to e3. You know, bishop a3, your rook's covering the first rank, and it's trying to stop bishop c5.
Yep. So you might have to go directly for White's king, but how do you do that is the question. Ooh.
What did he need that e-pawn for?
Well, he used it as a transit point to reach a4. But now he's going to drop his bishop on f8. Big move by Jan. Okay,
and now it's just an absolute mess.
Yeah, I still think black has an edge in a bullet game. Okay, he can take that.
He's going to come around and give a perpetual at some point, or what? No, he can't even. The construction's not that.
I don't know if it was necessary to give up the exchange. I think this is going to be a draw now. But it was another long game. Okay, h3.
Yeah, he decides the h-pawn's already sort of dead. He wants to just get it with the king.
MVL sandwiching his king on a. Oh! Wait up.
Queen g5. The rook was defended.
Do? Rook d4. Oh, he just allowed this pawn to
promote. He drops the point.
He
and he
forgot
leaves
that it
16 seconds on the table, too.
I can guarantee you he forgot that it promoted with check. Did MVL.
Yeah.
Oh, that's exactly what the doctor ordered for Nepo. A miracle win. And the lead is down to 3 again. Wow, what a turnaround we just saw in that game. A series of turnarounds, because Nepo was definitely winning out of the opening.
Yeah. And then it was totally in MVL's court. G5, that's not necessary.
Well, he gets a queen trade. It's an 80% win for MVL according to Smarter Chess. That's aging pretty well given the way this game is going.
Yeah. It looks like he's going to drop his e5 pawn for the millionth time.
Yeah, it's like every game. This is the same. Bishop takes f3 and knight takes e5 is like happening.
I guess he's got bishop a4 to save it. Huh. But he didn't.
The thing
maybe I missed something, but
yeah, no, he decided to give it up without much of a contest. Jan's better again. Jan, this is another chance for Jan. He has to win this game. I feel like this is the turning point, where this is the match right here. This game. Can Jan pull it together and capitalize on another advantage?
Got to keep our eyes on king f2, rook d2. So white would love to organize rook h1 at some point.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, the pieces are flying. And Jan is flying.
Jan
so fast
so quickly. Yeah, exactly. 50 seconds. And he's not slowing down. Which is maybe what he has to do. Maybe this is the infusion that he needs.
Oh my gosh, but MVL has saved 500 rook endgames today.
Yeah, exactly.
He saw the chance to trade he had the bishop pair, which you might say is some sort of compensation, but he saw, oh, I can trade everything off and get another rook endgame. You're never beating me in a rook endgame today. And
the way this is going, I think his streak is going to remain alive. I mean, Jan has even lost some of these rook endgames. And rook a6, white's maybe not worse here either.
Yeah.
Oh, and
oh my
B4.
God, Jan, don't lose it again. B takes c4, and now b3.
Oh, he gets connected passers. Rook d5. Okay. Oh, he's gonna lose another one of these.
He might. It looks really, really dangerous.
No, c6.
Gotta slow him down with the rook.
Oh, why didn't he? C6 was winning. Oh, Jan's not even trying to hold this. Rook d5 and c7.
This is better. This is
rook d2.
Rook c5.
Just go rook d2
rook
and
d2,
cover on c2.
King d4, anything.
Rook c2. Or this. This is also good enough. Just take d2.
Oh, yeah. That's it. You need to resign here, Jan. You need to let this one go.
No clue MVL let Jan keep his rook, but it's completely winning. King e3. Yeah, this is good technique here at the end. No way.
Yeah, freezing those.
King f3, goodbye.
Nicely done.
He wins another, arguably borderline losing rook endgame.
Yeah. Again, maybe Maxime should just play slightly slower when he knows he's got the win and his opponent's not finding the resignation.
Yep.
But
I would say yeah.
But 18 minutes to go is going to be about 6 games, and he's got a 4-game lead.
Yeah, he's about 5 minutes away from starting to play the clock as well as the match. I mean, he's close to just being able to bleed the clock in some of these games. Jan has to be perfect from here on out, and he's been anything but thus far. Definitely in the bullet segment.
95. 95 chances in the IQP.
Yeah, there's attacking. There's sparks, but is there a fire?
If only he'd thrown in rook e1 at some point.
Wait, what if black just goes f? Oh, I don't believe this. F takes e5.
He's going to leave it all on the board here. Bishop g5 now?
Yeah, he's throwing the kitchen sink at him. And knight f4 is in a... Wait, bishop takes f3, blundered his queen.
Maybe he thought bishop e5 was mate here.
Hey, Jan is like terminally on tilt right now.
Oh,
This is crazy.
Oh, no. And he's shaking his head. He's not... Yeah, he's... I think he's feeling that the moment for the match has come and gone. You said it was that endgame he needed to win with black up a pawn, where he again got swindled in the rook and pawn ending.
Yeah.
Or outplayed. I mean, it's not like exactly one swindle. It's not like MVL hits him with one little trap. It's just like impeccable rook endgame technique.
But the problem has also been that Nepo's been losing those endgames. I mean, okay, you pull out some draws, understandable, but Jan hasn't even been able to get half points out of endgames that he has no business losing at all.
Mm-hmm.
So, and he's worse again here. So at this point, he has to be perfect. There is time for 5 more games, right? It's not mathematically impossible to make this comeback, but the way Jan is playing right now, he's got no chance. And
yeah, I just saw that shaking of the head on the last game, and it just felt like here he was getting ready to give up. Now he's going to tag the knight and the bishop.
He's getting totally throttled this game again. Bishop takes c5 and
yeah,
say your prayers. Yeah, okay. Queen h4, good try. Wow. Still
right, because
totally
if he traded on c5 and took d7, the knight would hang on c3.
Yep, that's a great point. So maybe knight e4. No, he takes d7. But yeah, bishop c3, you're absolutely right.
Now
I
he's
think
got
Jan
queen
is fine.
e5. Now that the queen went back, he's got rook e8, queen e5, queen f6.
Okay, this is MVL's idea. He's trying to go for checkmate.
Mm-hmm.
Rook takes f3, but that's just a draw. And frankly, that is not satisfactory right now for Nepo. Yeah, half of the bullet segment is over. Okay, still trying. Wait a second. Does White have a perpetual here? Or can Nepo pull one
Surely.
a miracle of his own out of the hat?
Surely queen f8 and then queen h8.
Oh, apparently that wasn't the move. I thought queen g2 and queen g5 was the approach, but Nepo playing very quickly here.
Oh, trying to lure him in.
Yeah, he almost lost
rook
that.
h2.
Oh, God. Yeah, that was a pin. And now it's a draw. Don't go. Okay, he's still trying.
Yeah.
It's a draw.
You repeat 3 times.
And that last part took another minute off the clock.
Yeah. Maxime looks very, very comfortable here.
I mean, 5-point lead. He has not lost. Okay, he's lost one bullet game, and that was by miracle in that King's Indian.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's totally dominating, and he's broken Nepo's will to fight. I feel like. I think that's an overused. People talk too much about psychology in general, but I think you can see it here.
Yeah, I mean, there was a moment where Nepo shook his head, and it just felt like that was the moment where he calculated that the match was gone to me.
Mm-hmm. Was that after he lost that rook endgame, you think?
Yep.
For sure. Still trying.
Yeah.
But MVL is so solid here.
Yeah. This is a super position to have at this point, this kind of position for Black, because this is like a 100-move game if White wants to win it.
Yeah. Very astute opening choice to play at Caro-Kann. As you said, that forces a long game. And MVL flat out better here. Nepo is doing a whole lot of head shaking right now.
And then some lashing out.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to try, but that ain't going to cut it.
Yeah.
Knight
F6 was so solid. I mean, it's like, it's just fundamentally, you've got all the squares you need for your pieces. If King F8, Rook E6, if you try to evacuate. So yeah, just cut him off from the center, go for Rook D1.
Knight H5 maybe is a try. He just takes. He says, "Go grab my pawn. I don't care. I've got E7."
Yeah. I mean, you can't play Rook E4 because of Rook D1. If you trade off here and he's even calculated.
He didn't even take. Oh, what a move! And now he's up by 6. Okay, now the match is totally okay. Now Nepo going 1b6. That's a surefire. Oh, what does he do? Okay, he allowed C3 with tempo.
Yeah.
Okay, he's totally on the tilt train now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there comes a point where you're a competitor. You're playing to win a match. You don't win the match, like it's hard to stay motivated. I know that every bullet game is worth at least $100, but it's still like you're not there to make $100. You're there to win a match.
There was an instantly winning tactic that was missed there. I think White could have taken on G5.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, weird. I don't know what's going on in this game, but whatever it is, it's very strange.
The king comes rushing out.
Yeah, King H2. But the way Nepo is playing, MVL is going to win like literally every position. G5, I think, is his idea. No, Bishop B5.
Man, oh man. When black played d5, it was tempting to retreat the knight and leave all the black pieces stuck on the queen side.
Oh, definitely.
Given our king's flying the flag.
He's trying to keep the king side closed off, but I don't know if he's going to be successful. I'm shocked at the way this bullet segment has gone. This has just been totally one-sided thus far. Hypothetically, 10.5 minutes to go. There is enough time, I think, for 5 games.
Maxime was with 40 seconds on the clock?
He totally should have milked that clock down. I think he's just so sure he's going to win the match. He feels it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
The move there is queen b6, by the way.
Yeah. Refuting the opening variation.
Yeah, but instead he goes queen a5. Okay.
Does knight e4 still work here? Seems to.
Yeah, this has been known since the Stone Age, but somehow...
Okay. All right. They handshake to get a real position.
Yeah, all right. All right. Enough shenanigans. Let's get a real endgame. Okay. Jan has 1 minute and 12 seconds.
Yeah. I feel
He's
like
literally...
I feel like MVL shouldn't get like sucked into like absolute just like play the game in 10 seconds kind of level.
No, but look at this knight b4 is coming.
Okay.
Okay, but Jan is just... I mean, he played this game at a level at a 1600 level because he wasn't thinking. He has over 1 minute on his clock.
I'm so glad you said that and not me. I do agree, but I didn't want to be the one to say it.
I normally never permit myself phrases like this, but I think the chat can, like, it kind of speaks for itself. Game kind of speaks for itself. And even Jan would agree, I think, in this case.
Yeah, no, I mean, usually these players will be the harshest critics of themselves, you know? Like, they'll play a game with, like, 2 inaccuracies and say, like, I played, like, a 1200.
Like a 1200, yeah.
More like a 2650, but okay.
I say that all the time on stream. Like, I'm playing, like, a 1300. Like, no, you're not. You know, shush.
Yeah.
But in this case, I mean...
But this game, I mean, allowing that opening trap.
Yeah, he's trying to work his way out of it. Now Nepo has come to the board. The funny thing is MVL could repeat here, and you probably wouldn't mind that. But he's not going to.
Yeah, I mean, what would you tell yourself if you're in a situation like this and the match is lost? Like, how do you play out the last couple moves? What's the best you can get out of the game at that point?
Cute move by MVL there. Well, I would just say, listen, there's 8 minutes to go. It's, you know, it's not like you're on an 11-hour flight. The torture is limited, so you might as well try to finish with a pleasant taste in your mouth. And right now that's not happening. Jan is digging himself further and further into the hole. Now it's just becoming a flat out lopsided match. And the score doesn't tell the story of the match. I mean, it's been a close match all throughout.
Yeah. The only time that I've ever been in these matches, I lost both of them by lopsided scores like this, but I came into the matches expecting to lose, so having a losing score didn't change my approach. It was just to try and play an occasional good game. So it wasn't like an issue.
You played Bartholomew in one of those matches, right?
I lost to Bartholomew badly in one match, and yeah, I lost a second match as well, also badly.
Yeah, he's a nightmare opponent, though. He's in Charlotte right now, actually, so I think I'll be hanging out with him tonight.
Nice.
Health permitting.
Yeah. Slightly unpleasant for Jan again. Set some kind of a knight c5 f4 trap.
Yeah. b3, but now rook a1 and he wins c3, loses c5.
c5.
Okay, MVL's not losing this one either, I think.
No.
Maybe he is.
Unlikely.
I mean, both players have over 50 seconds, which is nuts.
Right. They could play 500 games like this.
Yeah.
Leon Beast offers a draw. They agree. It's drawn.
Okay. Let's see with what amount of time Jan ends this. Okay, E3 pre-move. Okay, he's super tilted.
Yeah. You said that Maxime was fast, but I mean, Jan is playing like Hyper Bullet 107. I mean,
faster than Hyper Bullet. I mean, he's just playing Ultra Bullet, and he's losing every game. I mean, look at this. It's a disaster, catastrophe. E4, knight e4.
C'est le cata.
This is catastrophe. Knight coming to f3, and it's over.
He's just gonna take it on f3. So MVL says no.
This is elementary
keep
school
the
right
structure.
Here.
Keep the pawn structure.
Yeah, knight's just chilling on c2. I can have a vast menu of rooks to capture here.
Yeah.
Rook b8. Okay, he waited until Nepo moved one of his rooks. The other one was trapped, but he finally decided to take it. Okay,
and the king commits suicide too.
Yeah. Another game goes into the toilet for Jan. Bishop e1. His idea is to meet bishop takes d5 with knight takes d5. Actually, a quality move right there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. I would try to keep the queens if I were MVL, but he's also up in exchange, so why not? 5 minutes to go. And honestly, this match could not end soon enough for Nepo.
Yeah, he's ready. He's ready. I've been in that situation before, too, where I was like, okay, I'm done with this.
Oh, he gets mated. H3, rook. Other rook comes to G8.
Other rook over. Oh!
Oh, rook G4. Chef's kiss.
Giving us something to cheer.
Le
Thank you, Maxime.
Bleu. Le cordon bleu. This is beautiful. Oh, look, what is Nepo doing? This is just losing out of the opening. Oh, he's going to resign. Knight d5. Wait a minute. This has to be just flat out lost. I think knight d5 was better. Oh, man, this is sad. And you get it from Jan's perspective. Like, he was expecting to win this match. So like you said, David, it's all about your mentality, right? I mean, if you're expecting to win by a wide margin and you find yourself getting thrashed, it's just so hard to adjust. Oh, okay, I'm going to play my best anyway.
Yeah.
Oh my
Queen
gosh.
b5. Cleaning him up.
MVL helping himself to all sorts of pawns here. You could even take on f7, and he probably will.
Maybe on a8 first. Yeah.
2 rooks for a queen.
Bringing the king out. Not what I expected.
But not enough pieces, I think, for black to punish him.
Yeah.
Wow. And it happens. I mean, it's just all MVL this match. I mean, really quality chess all around, in all formats for MVL. But let's see how he finishes it off.
He had a great day today. He had a really great day today.
Just showing that it's not a coincidence that he got into the finals of the SEC. It never is.
Storm clouds gathering for the Black King.
Yeah.
Wants to play f6.
Meanwhile, White's king is safer than ever. For the time being, at least.
E5 attacking the queen from the side. That was funny.
King f4, queen f2. King g5, queen g3, and then you win the other rook. Hard to say what happens there. He just goes back. No need to risk.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, it's obviously mathematically over. 7 games in 2 minutes would be a little bit difficult. Oh. I think you can push. Just e6, e7.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You can also go back to h4 with the rook. And it's pretty
E6.
powerful, too.
I don't understand why I didn't play e6.
Yeah. He's trying for queen c6 or b7 and some checkmates. On f3 or h3.
Oh, now it's a game again.
Covers
and probably
it,
a perpetual check.
Yeah, finds
perpetual.
just the room for the perpetual. 46 seconds on the clock.
Ekes out a draw. This is, well, the way they've been playing, probably not the last game in the match. Probably we'll have 2 more.
Yeah. Maybe try to set a record for most games played. I mean,
yeah, this is up there for sure. Oof. Another delightful position out of the opening for Jan.
Yikes.
He drives the pawn into e3. Jan takes it, though. What is the follow-up?
Yeah. Yeah, had the bishop taken, there was knight g4.
Okay. Now knights on
It's a
G4
little
and
weird.
B4. That was a terrible move by Jan.
It's very funny hearing you say that.
Allowing bishop d4, knight f6. Yeah, I'm going after him in this bullet segment.
Yeah. Now queen d7 looks pretty good.
Taking 0 away from MVL, who has played just an amazing match. No, like literally no question about that at all. E3 and queen takes d5, I think, is good enough for the dub.
Right. Or maybe queen g5, depending where black goes, where Jan goes.
Oh, and we're gonna have another 2 rooks for the queen position probably.
Queen
Although queen e5, bishop c3, he just goes simple. Yeah, this is gonna be the last game of the match.
Oh yeah, finally! I gotta say for Jan, finally.
Could not come sooner for Mr. Nepo.
It was entertaining up to a point, but once it's no fun for Jan, it's no fun for me either, you know? Like, I need everybody to be having fun to really enjoy it myself at this point.
For sure. Yeah, MVL's going to take this one by a wide margin.
He traps the queen. Did you see that? That was pretty sneaky.
Yeah. Yeah, the queen is arrested. Now you can maybe just push the queen side pawns and try to create a passer. Just go b5. Oh! Takes h3.
Couldn't go to h3.
And he wins the last game as well. Woo!
Good place to end it. Some cool moves.
MVL finishes with the largest lead of the match at 8. He smashes Nepo in the bullet. 5-point win in the bullet segment alone. Tack on 2 more from the previous 2 segments. And he wins by 7. By 7 points. What a match, David. I mean, all credit to MVL. I mean, he really defied expectations. I mean, the community seemed just accustomed to Nepo's excellence in the last months and years, but not today. But not today.
I mean, he started off well, but I think that MVL gave him like more resistance that he was prepared for today. Those rook and pawn end games that he saved. I mean, some really dodgy situations, and Maxime was just really, really, really strong today.
Yeah, he was. He was strong in all-time controls. He was well prepared in the opening. He was fast, and really that was one of the biggest X factors, was how would MVL handle time pressure. He did all of it super well, and he will explain more about his approach and his mentality when we interview him after a short break. So ladies and gentlemen, we review the final score here. It's a big score. Indeed, he wins the bullet by 6 points. I apologize. So yeah, he wins the overall match by 8 points. And Maxime Chelagrave, the Frenchman with 3 names, will be joining us for an interview. We want to remind you that you should publicize and write out your questions for MVL in the chat. We will have some featured questions from the chat. We can't promise to let everybody ask a question, but a couple of the best ones we will most certainly ask MVL in the interview. So spam the chat with your good questions, and we will have Maxime in the studio for an interview on the other side of this break. We'll be right back.
International Master Danny Wrench, Chief Chess Officer, back again with more chess terms here for you today. We're going to talk about the passed pawn. The passed pawn must be pushed. You hear it said often, and that's because just about every endgame you see that isn't a blowout often comes down to maybe someone's up 1 pawn, or maybe even just the first person to create a passed pawn is the person who goes on to win that game. We're going to talk about what the passed pawn is and define it for you in today's video. Let's do it. What is a passed pawn? A passed pawn is a pawn that has no enemy pawns stopping it from moving forward. That means pawns either on the file in which it resides or on the adjacent files that would therefore capture the pawn should it advance. So if a pawn has none of those things stopping its way, then it's time to push them, baby, as our boy Yasser would say, and as you hear mentioned on many broadcasts that you would watch on Chess TV. And on that note, as we look at our game examples we like to do, this is taken from Tomaszewski versus Rajaba. Here, White plays the move b5 exclam, which highlights, again, it's not how many pawns you have, but who's going to be threatening to get a queen first. After Black takes it, White pushes forward with gusto, and because the rook can't blockade the pawn, due to the light square bishop. This game is already over. Black is going to have to sacrifice the bishop for the pawn on b6, and white would simply be up a minor piece. Note that after the first move b5, should a takes b5 have been played, white would have pushed this pawn and then trapped the rook on a7, showing the power of the passed pawn. As with it protecting the bishop, this rook is completely out of the game, and white would easily go on to win, picking up pawns and just flexing the rook's muscles over the bishop for the rest of the game. So here we see a passed pawn being used as a weapon to just cramp down and trap all of your enemy pieces. So this has been another Chess Terms video. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope you're enjoying all of them. And with that, I will sign off, hoping that you learned something about what a passed pawn is, and we'll see you around on Chess.com.
Back to the Speed Chess Championship. The winner of today's epic SCC match is here in the studio. We welcome Grandmaster Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Maxime, thank you for joining us. Let's start with an overview question. Can you share your thoughts about the match overall, how you played, and when you felt like you had full control of the match?
It's hard to say because I feel like I generally played quite well, even maybe very well. But I had a lot of absences and blunders in one move. That's not really usual, especially because on the other end, I was calculating long line quite sharply. And Jan on the other end generally had good positions after the opening, but sometimes played for the clock a bit too much, I would say, in the 5+1 and 3+1. And sometimes I managed to actually turn things around and find some good tactics, or sometimes in the end games just outplay him because he was playing so fast. And so it was on and off, and we each had our moment, and then I went with +2 entering the bullet section, and there I think Jan just went on tilt after the first game, which I really shouldn't have won, I guess. I don't really remember, but then I won it, and after that he went berserk mode.
So when you went into the bullet portion with 2 extra points, what was kind of your feeling or attitude at that point?
Well, the thing is, I felt I was playing too slow in the other 2 sections to keep on that rhythm in the 1+1, but luckily I had been playing lots of bullets in the last few days. So that helped me a lot, to find immediately a good rhythm of play, and I think that went really pretty well.
I was actually going to ask you about that, Maxime. Rumor has it that you played a bullet match with Ali Reza yesterday. Who were some of your opponents in the last couple of days, and how much of a role do you think that played in your success in this match?
Yeah, not only yesterday, but the day before. And but yesterday was a bit tough because it was 30 seconds, and I don't have the mouse speed to to challenge him in 30 seconds. In 1 minute, I can put up a serious fight at least. So I was pretty confident that on a good day in bullet, I don't feel too bad about my chances against most of the players out here. Maybe, and then on a very good day, I'm not afraid of anyone basically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now, if I could ask you something about openings, when he pulled out the modern defense, it felt like he got good positions with black in 2 games with the modern defense in the 3-minute portion. Does that concern you? Like, how do you feel when an opening's going for you or against you? Does that how do you adjust or deal with that feeling?
No, I just felt bad to not punish. To not punish him, and on the contrary, like play somewhat too passive, too slowly, and actually blundering a piece in 1 in the last game of the 3+1 section. So then I realized I should just find some ways to finish the game and go into the 1+1, because that if I had another one of this 3+1, I would have gone on tilt after this one. So this was, a good moment for me. And then, I think for a while it was trying this with Lopez. I mean, first Berlin quite a lot, and then Marshall. But I thought that was a wrong choice, because he's very well acquainted with the Petrov, and of course I had prepared something, but in the Sri Lopez, I just could play anything I want, and I've done that for a living, play against the Berlin.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you're comfortable against the Berlin.
Well, Maxime, before we let you go, we have a couple of featured chat questions. First one, something I was curious about myself. We have to ask you whether you're following the World Cup, and if so, how closely. And I guess who you're rooting for is pretty much an empty question, but I still have to ask it.
Well, I've been following a bit more lately in the last few days. I actually watched the last match of France at Ali Reza's place in Paris. So of course I'm rooting for France, but if not, I would very much like to see Messi win the World Cup.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Yeah, go ahead.
And I have a question, which is outside of chess right now, what would be your greatest passion or joy or hobby?
I have a few. I definitely feel like 2 things I would do as soon as I retire from chess. Luckily, hopefully that is a few years away at the very least. So I would like to, extend a bit my knowledge in mathematics, because it's been a while since I went to uni. It's been 12 or 13 years. It's a bit frightening. So I'll probably catch up a bit on that, and maybe do some hiking, because I feel very comfortable in the mountains. So maybe go for the Alps first, and then maybe more, depending on how I feel about that, and how I feel, by the time I turn 40 or 45 or whatever.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, MVL, final question before we let you go. What's next on your tournament schedule? Where can we see you compete next?
Well, first you can see me competing in the quarterfinals of the Speed Chess Championship.
Nice.
But then, like over the board, obviously, I'll be defending my title in Almaty, so World Rapid and Blitz.
Awesome.
Excellent.
Well, we very, very much look forward to seeing you there. Maxima Shilograf, congratulations on the win. We'll let you rest. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Bye. All right. That's all she wrote, David. What a match. I mean, the SEC is off to such a great start. MVL with the most lopsided win to date. And you wouldn't think that it would come in this match. You just never know with the SEC, do you?
Yeah, at first when I wanted to make a bold prediction and I saw it was 78% for Jan in the brackets, I thought my bold prediction would be that MVL will lose by 1 point instead of 3. And I said, no, scratch that. I'm going to predict that MVL wins by 1 point. And I thought that was incredibly bold to predict for him to win it. And then he just racked up the score there.
He really did. It was an amazing display. And we saw MVL and how composed he is, how well prepared he was, and he prepared through all the bullet matches, which undoubtedly helped him in that final segment. It was so fun to watch this match, and MVL, always a great interview. You know, always fun to ask him. He's always willing to share his thoughts.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I think he showed like a really, really, really high level of form today. So going forward, he said the next place to see him is going to be the quarterfinals. That's going to be a tall order and a steep challenge for either Wesley So or Nodirbek Abdusadarov, because I think Maxime was playing a really great level today.
If he keeps his form, I honestly think he can really go all the way. The Wesley Nodirbek match is going to be epic. Carlsen, Gukesh, of course, as well. The winner facing Fabi. And the next match is going to be Levon Aronian's contest against Dmitry Andreikin. Pretty sure that's coming your way on Wednesday, this coming Wednesday.
That's right.
At 10 a.m. Pacific time. So it's going to be an awesome match, but that is another one in the books, ladies and gentlemen. Time has come for us to start wrapping up. David, I'll pass it on to you for your final thoughts before I close off the show.
Yeah, I mean, there's one other thing coming up in addition to the match on Wednesday. We've got the 2022 FIDE Women's Candidates Tournament. Pool B begins tomorrow, 6 a.m. Pacific time on Chess.com. And as you can see, we'll have Lano, who's in top form right now, Goryachkina, Kostenyuk, and Tan Zhongyi. They will be contesting a pair of matches, and then the winners will also be playing a match, I believe, over the next 2 weeks. And so check out all the coverage of that here on Chess.com as they inch towards the Women's Championship title match.
Fantastic. Well, the women's candidates coming your way soon. The next SEC match is on Wednesday. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, this has been so much fun. David, always a pleasure commentating with you. The SEC continues Wednesday at 10 a.m. Pacific with Levon against Andreikin. But for now, we wish everyone a fantastic rest of your Monday. And for our entire awesome team at Chess.com and International Master David Pruss, I'm Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky saying goodbye from the round of 16 here at the Speed Chess Championship. We will see you on Wednesday. Thanks, everybody.